Good evening and welcome to this meeting of the City of Albuquerque Civilian Police Oversight Agency Board. Date is Thursday, November 4th. The time is 5:01 p.m. I am Chair Eric Olivas and I'll call this meeting to order at this time. The meeting will be held via Zoom tonight in response to the public health emergency, and the meeting is available through GovTV as well as YouTube. With us tonight, we have myself, Chair Eric Olivas. We have Vice Chair Chantel Galloway. We have Member Patty French, Member Gioan Ralph, Member Dr. William Cass, and I believe that's all we have from, we just had Member Jesse Crawford also join us tonight. With CPOA, we have Valerie Borrella, admin staff. We have Kelly Mensa with CPCs. We have Diane McDermott with CPOA, Martisa Billy also with CPCs, Katrina Segala with CPOA admin. And we also have Tina Gooch with CPOA, CPOA-B legal. From the City of Albuquerque City Legal, we have Carlos Pacheco. We also have with us tonight City Attorney Esteban Aguilar. From the Mayor's Office, we have Pastor David Walker. From US DOJ, we have Elizabeth Martinez, and we also have with US DOJ, Jared Hager. And finally, with APD, we have with us tonight Deputy Chief JJ Griego, Acting Commander Richard Evans, Acting Commander Jason Sanchez, Commander Renee McDermott, and Commander Zach Cottrell. I apologize if I mispronounced anyone's name, and I think I've announced everyone here at the meeting. We do have a quorum of the board present at this time. Item number 2, our mission statement of the Civilian Police Oversight Agency Board is advancing constitutional policing and accountability for APD and the Albuquerque community. Item number 3 is the approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, Ms. Barrella, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Member Crawford?
Yes.
Member French?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Galloway?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Cass? Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Olivas?
Yes.
Member Ralph?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 6-0.
Thank you. Item number 4 is public comment. We have received no written public comment tonight, so we'll close that item. Item number 5 is review and approval of the minutes from our regular meeting held on October 14th and a special meeting held on October 19th. Those minutes were distributed in a link attached to the agenda distributed to board members. They can also be found for members of the public at our website at cabq.gov/CPOA. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any debate or discussion on this item? Seeing none, Ms. Barrella, would you please call the roll?
Member Crawford?
Yes.
Member French?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes, ma'am.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Olivas?
Yes.
Member Ralph?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes item number 5. Item number 6 is our usual reports from city departments. Our first item is APD, IA Professional Standards Division. Commander Cottrell, welcome.
Good evening, Chair Olivas and members of the board. My report was distributed for you to review. Just going over it, total internal cases that were closed and discipline finalized, there were 15, and they are listed below. There were a total of 27 cases that were sent for discipline review this last month from within IAPS. We did open an additional 12 cases. We did send 22 cases out to the area commands for minor discipline review, and there were 12 cases that were carried over. The only outlier on there is the 27 cases that were completed within the month. That's a little higher than usual. Usually it's right around 20. So we had a busy month last month closing out cases. Other than that, I know I talked about last month about bringing a little bit of information on area command wise, where we're seeing our highest sustained findings. Right now, it's Valley is our highest area command with sustained findings. They're about 20%, followed by Northwest, which is about 13%. After that, it's pretty evenly distributed, about 10 to 15% amongst the rest of the area commands. Any questions tonight?
Not seeing any questions here for you tonight, sir. We always appreciate your time and your report. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You as well. Item number 2 from APD, we have the IA Force Division Acting Commander Richard Evans. Welcome.
Good evening, Chair Olivas and members of the board. I'm still organizing some of my sheets. Okay, so for the stats of October, out of the roughly 39,000 calls for service that officers were dispatched to during the month of October, we had 11 level 1 uses of force, 28 level 2s, and 8 level 3s, for a total of 47 uses of force. The Northeast, we didn't see any spikes in general. I'll go through each area command here. So the Northeast had 1 level 3, 6 level 2s, and 1 level 1, while the Northwest had 2 level 3s and 2 level 2s. The Southeast had 2 level 3s, 6 level 2s, and 3 level 1s. Southwest was 1 level 3, 5 level 2s, and 2 level 1s. The Valley had 1 level 3, 6 level 2s, and 5 level 1s, with one of those being one of the level 3s, which we had 1 level 3, sorry, at the Prisoner Transport Center. The most frequent calls that we have force on, of course, they remain the same: disturbance, on-site suspicious person vehicles, and family disputes. And then moving into our 12 months of force data, I didn't see any outliers. Everything appeared to be within norms. Does anybody have any questions regarding the data?
Member Crawford, did you have something?
I do not.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you were motioning there. I don't see any questions from the board for you tonight, Commander. Thank you for your report. And I would just remind you that we do have another item for you a little bit later on the officer-involved shooting case. So if you want to stick around, or if you want to join us again in a little bit here.
Sure thing.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. That concludes our report from APD, item A. Item B is City Council, and we have with us Mr. Chris Sylvan. Welcome.
Good evening, Chair Olivas and Board. Chris Sylvan, Albuquerque City Council. Let me get my camera on. Okay, apologize for that. All right, Chris Sylvan, Albuquerque City Council. And tonight on my report is on the October 18th meeting of the City Council, OC 21-47, receipt of city legals, evaluation of training completed by the CPOA board members. That passed 8-0 with the City Council, no questions asked. Then at the next meeting on November 3rd, which was just yesterday, OC 21-50, which is the appointment of Diane McDermott as interim director of the CPOA, and that was approved unanimously 9-0. That concludes my report for City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Sylvan, and congratulations to Ms. McDermott on the interim appointment, and thank you for getting that taken care of so quickly for us, Chris, and City Council as well. You're up next on the next item as well, the item C, Public Safety Committee agenda.
Okay, as far as the Public Safety Committee, goes, we haven't had a public safety committee meeting, I think all October. And the next one that was scheduled, November 9th, was just canceled yesterday at the council meeting. So there will be no public safety committee meeting on November 9th. If there is going to be another meeting, we have one tentatively scheduled for November 23rd. The important thing for the board to know, and all the audience that's here, is that right now the civilian police oversight ordinance is sitting in committee, and I will let you know when that's moved forward. There's my report for the public safety committee. Stand for questions.
My apologies to board members present. I didn't ask if there was questions on item B. So if you have any questions for Mr. Sylvan on either item, City Council or Public Safety Committee, we can hear them now. Member French.
Mr. Sylvan, do you think that the Public Safety Committee will be meeting this year due to the recent elections? Do you think we'll have new people on that committee? Do you think that's the reason that it was canceled, or maybe you could tell us why it was canceled?
Chair Olivas, board member French, I don't know why it was canceled. It might have just been that the council wanted to take a break after the election, possibly to regroup and figure out what's going to happen as they move forward.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? So Mr. Sullivan, tentatively, there's a meeting scheduled for the 23rd of Public Safety Committee. And if that meeting happens, are we expecting that there will be action or discussion on the proposed changes to the CPOA ordinance?
Chair Olivas, board, yes. I believe that there will be discussion on the CPOA ordinance, and if you watch council and you keep up with them, there's a good chance that this is going to be in committee for a while. So I think that they want to make sure that we hear from not only the board, but the general public and others who feel that they need to express what they would like to see the ordinance look like.
Great, thank you. I'll keep my eye on that, see when the next meeting is held. Dr. Cass.
Yes, thank you. So actually, this goes back to the council, but I think I noticed that they have changed the term of the council so that the swearing in of new council members is essentially on the 1st of the year rather than on the 1st of December.
Chair Olivas, board member Cass, that's correct.
So
It'll be the first of the year.
And previously it was on the 1st of December, I believe.
Yes, that's correct, board member Cass.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Sylvan tonight? Thank you as always for your time, and we appreciate you sharing the information with us.
Thank you.
That takes us to item D, the mayor's office. Pastor Walker, welcome.
Chair Levis and board, good afternoon. I really don't have much to report tonight. As you know, the election has just taken place here this week, and the mayor's office, as well as Albuquerque Police Department, continues to do whatever we can to make Albuquerque a safe environment and safe place to live. I will share with you that we do have the Independent Monitors Report 14 that will be coming out in the next week or so. There's also a site visit scheduled for the 15th through the 19th of November, where Dr. Gender and the Department of Justice members will be coming in for a site visit. So those are the only things that I have to report to you at this time.
Thank you, Pastor Walker. Any questions or comments from board members? Not seeing any. Thank you for your report, sir. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Item E, we have City Attorney. I believe we have Mr. Aguilar and Mr. Pacheco here with us tonight. Welcome, Mr. Aguilar.
Hi, good evening, Chair Olivas and members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you tonight, and thank you for the invitation. Let me first just start out by welcoming Member Crawford to the board, and thank you for your service. And we are looking forward to working with you moving forward, and appreciate all of the time and effort that you're taking and all of the members are taking to get up to speed and to do all of the training. I know Member French has alluded to the Citizen Police Academy training, and so we just appreciate all of your service and know it's a lot, but it's important work, and we want to thank you for that. I would also like to thank Director McDermott and welcome her and congratulate her on her appointment. And I know that it can be a challenge to take on a new role, but we are so grateful and thankful that you are stepping into this role and stepping up to the plate and filling in due to Director Harness and his exit. And I before I move on, I do want to. I know he's not with us tonight, but I want to thank Director Harness for the tremendous service that he has provided as the executive director of the agency. You know, we can't express how grateful we are for all of the service and for all of the hard work, and he'll be sorely missed. Unfortunately, it's one of those positions like lawyers where folks don't really like us a lot, but I just want to thank him for the integrity, the way he approached the job, and wish him best of luck moving forward in his endeavors. So, Chair, the reason I'm here tonight is in September, I think it was September 15th, I did reach out to the chair and offer some additional supplemental training for the board and for the agency members. The Office of the City Attorney provides general counsel services and generalized trainings for all city boards and commissions. Due to the independent nature of the board, our office has not typically provided this service, but since the board remains accountable to and independent from this office, I wanted to offer this service to the board and give a little explanation about what the training is intended to be, what it's not, so the board can make and the agency can make a decision about whether to move forward. This is not remedial or punitive training. Rather, it's generalized training that will help the board more effectively conduct the important work it is tasked with by both the CASA and the ordinance. One of the primary goals with all of our board and commission training is to help members engage in fulfilling the core obligations of their respective board, and also to help them more effectively utilize the tools within their toolbox to help them both plan for and then accomplish both their internal goals and, with the POB, the big picture work mandated by the CASA and the ordinance. The training minimally will contain some elements of basic administrative and parliamentary procedure, but it's really intended to be more of a dialogue and safe space for members to ask questions about the process, their role, or any other aspect of the CASA or ordinance that they may have questions about. The training will be specifically tailored for this board and its members in the agency. But if there are specific areas or issues that the board would like to focus on, should the board opt to do this training, please let us know. We'll build that into the programming. Again, the only prep work that we're requiring is for each member before the session to have read the DOJ complaint and findings letter, the current version of the CASA and the ordinance. This training is not a substitute for the current requirements, but again is intended to really help the agency and the board complete its tasks. And you know, we're willing to work with everyone on scheduling. I think there's some time after the holidays, after Thanksgiving in December that might work. But again, we will defer to the board, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar, and I appreciate you being here tonight and presenting this training proposal to us. I didn't want to act as a filter on it, and I wanted to have you come and let the whole board know what you were offering so that we could consider that. And we do have that item on our agenda later on, so we can further discuss and potentially, you know, then we can reach out and figure out what we need to do if the board wants to move forward. With that, I'll open it up if there's any questions from board members for you. No.
Seeing none, Mr.
Seeing
Chair, I
none.
appreciate the time.
Again, I really appreciate your time and your assistance on this, and we look forward to working with you again soon here in the future.
Sounds good. Thank you all so much and have a good evening.
And Mr. Pacheco, I don't know if you had anything else to add or if that concludes the item.
Chair Olivas and members of the board, in the interest of time, I think the hot topic that I have is the MOU. And I did submit a red line copy, and I think in the interest of everybody's time, we can address that at the appropriate time on the agenda if everybody's would rather do it at that point.
Seems appropriate to me. If I don't see any objection or further questions from board members, we can conclude this item.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Item F, CPCs, I believe. Yeah, Kelly, sorry. Mr. Mensa with CPCs. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Olivas, and thank you, Honorable Board. We don't have a whole lot coming up right now as we're coming to the end of the year. We're going to have a total of 4 meetings this month, and it looks like 3 next month. So with the holidays and just scheduling, that's just going to happen. But what we have done, thanks to Martisa, is we have worked it out with the Southwest that they will be able to live stream their meetings on Facebook, which was important to them. So Martisa was able to help Teresa figure that one out. We've also got a special event that I'm working on that's going to involve police doing a presentation with the people in the International District. I would love to get this working by September. I think that's going to be a good project. I was contacted by someone who runs an organization up there in the International District, and they say there's a lot of issues with people who come from other countries and don't really understand how the police work in this country. So hopefully we can do that for the Southeast meeting in January. We also are working on what we're going to do with the IMR team visit next week. Obviously, I'm looking forward to meeting a lot of the group that I've heard so much and been on so many calls with. The councils have taken it upon themselves to do some outdoor events, which is good. The Northeast Council is going to be involved. One of them told me from 7 a.m. until 10:30 p.m. on Saturday, just supporting the Northeast Police Command. They have gift bags for some of the officers. They've done a lot of excellent stuff there. And also, Bob from the Foothills is attending a legislative forum tonight. We all have cards now, so the business cards, and we've got brochures on the way. So we have some good marketing materials. And speaking of that, we're continuing at Los Altos Skate Park this weekend on the west side on the 98th with our city event, the city block party, community block party. We're having one every Saturday from the Office of Equity, and it's been a pretty good thing so far. The news is starting to get out. We had a pretty good turnout last week, and we spoke to a lot of community members about the CPC. We have a sign-up sheet going, so hopefully we can force, or I should say, direct some people into the CPC next year to fill a lot of our open positions. And we have a few chairs leaving, unfortunately, so we're going to have to recruit new chairs. And we're also working on sort of a succession plan to get new chairs up and trained for when the old chair leaves. So at this point, that is what we have going on for the month of November.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Any questions here from the board? Seeing none, always appreciate your report and your time here and your hard work on the behalf of the CPC. So thank you both.
Thank you, Chair Olivas, and thank you, board.
Have a good evening. And our final item in reports, we have the CPOA. Director Harness is not with us this evening, but we do have Ms. McDermott, the new director of the CPOA. Welcome and congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you, Chair Olivas and members of the board. Yes, I don't have a formal report from Ed. I just did want to take the opportunity to thank Ed for all of his service. He did an excellent job. As I had mentioned to the council, it's going to be very difficult to follow in his footsteps. However, I will do the best that I can for the time that I am doing it, and then certainly aiding in the selection process as much as, our role fits into there for the board to help them pick a permanent director for their term. So if there's any questions that you may have, and then certainly we'll be having conversations upcoming as to what we can do moving forward that the board might need.
Any questions from board members? Yes, Dr. Cass.
Yes, thank you. I was curious about what the status of the in-person attendance at NACO and the registration for that will be. I think it opens soon if it hasn't already opened. Is that right?
Yes, the registration is open. I believe Katrina has received a list from Director Harness. It has been approved, so she is in the process of figuring out who is wanting to attend and getting those travel arrangements. We've already heard from a couple of board members individually, so that's in process.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. McDermott. And I think I speak for all of us and looking forward to working with you over the next several months. Thank you. That concludes our reports from city departments. Item number 7 is requests for reconsideration. We do have one request. This is case 101-21. Again, this is a request for reconsideration, not a reconsideration of the case. Ms. Gooch, we typically ask you to refresh our memory on these cases to make sure that that all the board has a fresh understanding of the requirements for granting a request for reconsideration, aka an appeal.
Chair Levis, Honorable Board. The board may grant a request for reconsideration only upon a showing by a complainant that, and there's 3. 1, a policy was misapplied in the evaluation of the complaint, i.e. the APD policy or policies that were considered by the board were the wrong policies or they were used in the wrong way. 2, the findings or recommendations were arbitrary, capricious, or constituted an abuse of discretion, i.e. the APD policies or policy considered by the board were chosen randomly. They do not address the issues in the complaint, or the findings of the board had no explanation that would lead to the conclusion made by the board. Or finally, number 3, the findings and recommendations were not consistent with the record evidence, i.e. the findings were not supported by the evidence that was available to the board at the time of the investigation.
Thank you, Ms. Gooch. With that being said, do we have any motions on this case 101-21?
I move that we accept this request for reconsideration so that we can have some discussion about it.
So your motion is to grant the request for reconsideration. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this case? Yes, Dr. Cass.
Yeah, so I actually could not find anything in my records of when this case was heard earlier, what the results were, and that may just be my fault for not, keeping track of it. But I would like to mention that in our case review committee, which was reviewing some of the changes in the ordinance or proposed changes in the ordinance, it was suggested that one of the things, given that we were trying to find some middle ground between in-depth review of cases and simply looking at the investigative outcome, but to make it easier to grant appeals so that for cases such as this, I presume, where there may be a legitimate case for reconsideration or an appeal, which doesn't fall within the straightforward 3 rules that we've laid out. So in that spirit, that's the reason I think I would like to argue that we should grant this request for reconsideration and move on from there. In addition, I would like to hear if we can have any kind of indication as to what this case was about, because like I mentioned, I can't find anything.
Yes, Ms. McDermott.
Just to Chair Levis and members, Dr. Cass, the board did hear this case on the October 14th meeting. Ms. Kipp did receive her findings letter. And in terms of the summary of the case, I do believe Vice Chair Galloway was about to provide some sort of a summary. So I'll do that because I'm not personally familiar with the case. So.
Vice Chair Galloway.
Actually, I wasn't going to give a summary because we don't get to keep access to that material from month after month. My suggestion was going to be when we have requests for appeal, that perhaps at least at the findings letter and the complaint would be provided with whatever the new information is as a refresher. That I always kind of feel like would be helpful. It's hard to, with all the cases that we see and a month in between, to, at the very least, to remember the details. So.
If I may, I mean, we can attempt to find some information now, but that's a little challenging to do in the course of the meeting. So it's certainly up to the board as to which direction they'd like to go with it. That's all I can kind of offer on that one.
I think given that the materials that Member Galloway is mentioning and Dr. Cass has mentioned were not present, we can choose to table this request for the next meeting and consider it in the context of the full file, or at least the original complaint and findings letter, or we can, well, we will still need to deal with the motion that's on the table at this time, but we can, I think that's the two ways we can proceed. So we can grant the appeal outright, or we can defer this and consider the full case before granting. Not seeing any further discussion on that or further opinion there. So yes, Vice Chair Galloway.
Sorry. And I don't know if this is a question for Tina. Since we have a motion on the floor to grant the appeal, and if we vote it down, can we then have a second motion to table it, or do we need to withdraw the motion if the desire is to table this?
Chair Levis, Vice Chair Galloway, it would be more prudent to withdraw as opposed to deny the or grant the appeal, just for purposes of clarifying the record. And I also will note, to the extent that the board is considering the grounds for granting an appeal and whether or not those are sufficient or not, those were not put in place by the board. Those are set forth by the ordinance. So this is not board policy. This is ordinance promulgated through the board policy.
I would like to withdraw my motion.
Okay, if we don't see any objections here, we will allow the motion to be withdrawn, and that takes us back to asking if there's any further motions on this case. Vice Chair Galloway.
I would move that we table this to the December board meeting.
We have a motion to table. Do we have a second? Member Ralph. Any discussion on this item? Table to the December board meeting. And in the meantime, if we can get staff to make sure that we can get that file back on the December list, that will help us, I think, consider that. Seeing no further discussion here. Oh, yes, Dr. Cass.
If we're going to table this until December and we need to, and we're going to continue to consider it under the guidelines or more the rules from the ordinance, then we might want to invite the potential appellant to submit more information about the details for the request for reconsideration. I found that the request that we got, it was in our in the case file, was I couldn't tell what the grounds were for the reconsideration. So
I would note that every findings letter does include at the conclusion of it a description of the appeals process and the requirements for an appeal. So that information is provided to complainants. Yes, Ms. McDermott? Director
Just
McDermott.
to kind of tag on to what you're saying, Chair Levis. I mean, as you said, the findings letter does explain the conditions of appeal. Whether a citizen is able to satisfy those requirements is basically up to the citizen and what the board then considers when it's making that reconsideration decision. So inquiring with the person for more information kind of gives an unfair advantage that other appellants have not received in the past. So whether they satisfy those requirements or not is sort of up to them. And then you folks make the decision. And then if an appeal actually is granted, then of course they have the opportunity to provide significant information and all of that. So I just kind of wanted to point that out as a procedural thing for it.
Thank you, Dr. Cass.
Yes, so what I think I'm asking for is the opportunity for the request to be resubmitted. Given that we're not going to consider this until next month, we need some information for our reconsideration. And so if we've tabled it, then perhaps it would be appropriate to ask for this, a resubmission of their request. I realize that the grounds are laid out in the letter, but from that wasn't there wasn't that information. What didn't leap out at me from their request for consideration, whether they'd satisfied that or not. So I'm just giving them the opportunity to to resubmit the request. That's what I'm discussing. That I don't know that that's I'm not sure how that would be handled, but that's what I'm thinking about. It might be as simple as just saying the board has tabled this and you can resubmit your request at the next meeting when we consider it.
So I would, yes, Ms. Director McDermott.
I'm sorry, Chair Levis and Dr. Board Member Cass, I just want to clarify. So materials were, because I don't know what was received by you, materials were received by the board from the person requesting the reconsideration. Is that correct? Some kind of letter or email or something? Okay, so if that's the case, then we can certainly reach out to the citizen and advise them that the consideration has been tabled. But in terms of asking them to resubmit, that's where I'm thinking might be a bit of an issue or a problem procedurally. So we can advise them that it's been tabled, but as to please resubmit your request is where I'm having a concern with that.
Sorry, Member Crawford.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting situation because I do support tabling this request for reconsideration for now. But I guess the way I look at it is that, I think I support tabling it because I think we want to change our board procedures. We're not really tabling it in response to the complaint. I think if the the request for reconsideration, I think if it provided insufficient information, normally we would just deny the request. In this case, we're kind of kicking it to next month just because we want to change our internal process a little bit. And I also just wanted to say to that end, I don't know that the whole case file would be necessary or useful. I think maybe with the request for reconsideration, I would appreciate getting the letter findings and maybe the investigator's report. I think that would be enough info to kind of, if the complainant mentions something specific, we can look at the investigator's report just to refresh our memory of what they're talking about. And hopefully it'll save the staff a little effort.
Thank you, Vice Chair Galloway.
Thank you, Chair Olivas. I think for me, the request to table this or the motion to table this isn't so much even about our procedures. I just can't remember. Honest to goodness, cannot remember this case from last month. So I don't know whether the information provided is sufficient or not, to be honest. And so I think that the investigative report is an excellent idea, along with the findings. And I think for me, it would be helpful to have the original complaint, because that language doesn't always carry over from one document to the next. And I find that helpful. But I think that for me, the procedures is a different conversation than this particular case and whether to appeal or table the appeal. And I think I agree with Diane completely in that requesting further information to satisfy the requirements of granting an appeal seems to be an unfair advantage to this particular complainant. They were given the same material that we were. I'm just asking for a refresher on what the case was about to begin with. Thank you.
And I think that was captured in the substance of your original motion. If anyone would like to make an amendment to that motion, I'll consider it this time. Otherwise, I think that we should call a vote on this. Seeing no further debate or offers of amendments, the motion is to table this request until the December meeting. Ms. Barela, could you please call the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
Member Ralph.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 6-0.
Thank you, Ms. Barela. Yes, Director McDermott.
Chair Levis and board members, so just for my point of clarification, what you are wanting and needing for next month is the case materials, the findings letter, the investigative report, and then anything else, just so that I make sure I upload what you need.
Member Ruff.
Since we're doing the not reconsideration, but we're bringing it back, should we name what we want to see, or should we receive the same items that we had before and be able to review that? I don't see picking certain things, because I believe everything comes together to create the finding.
So the normal case file that you normally receive each month is what you're requesting, along with whatever she originally submitted as her request. And again, I realize you're not reconsidering the findings from the original, but you are taking that into as a refresher for what she submitted as her appeal request. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, if there's nothing further on that item, and I would just encourage all, if you're concerned about these procedures or would like to propose changes to the procedures for reconsideration, please refer to the ordinance and the board policies and procedures, and you're certainly free to introduce any items that you would like in a subcommittee for consideration and potential recommendation to the board to consider changes to the policies and procedures of the board if they're in line with the requirements of the ordinance. That takes us to item number 8, review of cases. Item A is the administratively closed cases. We have 4 cases in this category: 115-21, 180-21, 203-21, and 206-21. Do we have any motions on these cases?
Chair Olivas Sykes, I move that we accept the findings of the agency for the 4 cases listed under administratively closed on our agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion on these cases? Seeing none, Ms. Barela, would you please call the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes, ma'am.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
Member Ralph.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 6-0.
Thank you. And I did want to inquire real quickly here, Ms. Barela, do we have any complainants waiting to speak tonight?
I believe you'd have to, I guess, see if Diane has anyone in the waiting room.
Chair Levis, yes, we do have the individual for case number 144-21, which is item number D, and they are currently in the waiting room still.
Okay, thank you. We should be there in just a moment, so thank you for your patience. Item number B, exonerated cases. We have one case with this finding, case 141-21. Do we have any motions in this case?
Chair Olivas, I move that we accept the finding in the exonerated case 141-21.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this case? Yes, Member Ralph.
I'd like to understand. I need to abstain from voting on this particular case. As you know, I'm a pastor, and this is was a previous member with some pretty bad fallout. And I don't think that I should vote on this motion in order to be fair.
Thank you for the disclosure on that. Any further discussion on this item? And we will, as the chair, I will honor your request for abstention. Seeing no further discussion here, Ms. Barrera, would you please call the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Olivas.
Yes.
That motion passed 5-0 with one abstention from Member Ralph.
Thank you. Item C, we have two cases with the dual findings of exonerated and unfounded, case 030-21 and 125-21. Do we have any motions on this item?
Chair Lewis, I move that we accept the findings of the agency on the cases under item C, 8C on our agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on these items? Yes, Member Ralph.
On case 125-21, I did have a concern about the search on the complainant. She was a female, and there were two females that were available. Matter of fact, the camera that has the most visual was a female, and her complaint was she was not frisked by a female officer, and the officer did frisk this female in her frontal of her body, the back, and her breast. And I disagree that there's no finding that this complainant was treated. She was not treated with respect. From what I saw and from what I heard, the complainant was pulled over immediately by the officer, who kind of brags that, hey, the car was right in front of me. The complaint said one dealership. The complainant had a completely different dealership on the back of their car. It did match as far as it being new, and the color. The complainant was not asked for any documentation, was not allowed to give any documentation to show which the complainant was the owner of the vehicle, did have documentation. So I have to disagree that there was a part in the finding that says that the complainant was treated with respect, and the complainant was not treated with respect, but was treated immediately as a criminal without any questioning. And also, I did notice that the rifle was pointed at the complainant right before the officer reached the complainant. So there's quite a few different I noticed different pieces of the findings that I don't understand how all of the investigators came up with the same thing, because I watched it more than once to make sure that what I was seeing and what I was hearing was correct. So I want to make sure that it is understood that Member Ralph does not agree with the findings on this case.
Thank you, Member Ralph. Do we have other board members wishing to speak on this item? Either of these items, sorry. Yes, Member Crawford. I believe you're muted.
How about that? Hopefully, oh, there, I think I figured it out this time. Member Ralph touched on one aspect of the case that I thought was interesting, which was the pat down. I agree that it was not a great outcome. Given the particulars of the case, I'm not certain necessarily how it could have gone better. I've done a little bit of thinking about if there's a possible policy recommendation to try to address that. And I just have not personally succeeded in coming up with what I thought was a good idea. A second thing I thought was interesting about this case was the nature of the stop. It was definitely a pretty aggressive situation and probably a very frightening one for the complainant. I kind of got the understanding from the investigators' report that procedure was pretty typical for a high-risk traffic stop. I was not immediately able to locate any policy that covered that. It could be that I missed it. It might be in training materials. I just thought that might be something to look into later, is to see if we could find more about how APD's procedures and their training for high-risk traffic stops might inform whether or not there's anything that could be or should be improved.
Thank you, Member Crawford. Other members wishing to speak? Yes,
Sorry,
go ahead.
in all of my, I forgot one other piece. Also in the report, it says that the actual beginning complaint of the stolen vehicle was that the dealership had a GPS on the vehicle that was stolen. The officer that pulled over the vehicle, who kind of brags and says it was right in front of me, I'm not sure that anyone checked to see if the GPS was showing that this vehicle was involved in his chase, because he says that the car drove for a little while before it pulled over. I just felt that there was a lot of missing points in the findings. If there was, maybe if I had saw something that said there should be a little training or a little discipline by saying, next time if a female officer is available, then allow the female officer to do the search. But I have to say, again, I do not understand the investigators all saying that the complainant was treated with respect, because she was not.
Yes, Dr. Cass.
Yes, I'd just like to address what Member Crawford brought up regarding high-risk traffic stops, and that is that there has been some preliminary look at traffic stops in the policy committee, and there's been suggested that changes are afoot within the city already, and I believe I've had some conversation with Commander Evans, who's here and will be speaking to us later. So I think it's an issue that we need to revisit or continue to visit within the policy committee. So I think that's a good point, and I think it's a good policy to flag for review. That's all I have. I don't have anything to add to Member Ralph's objection. So I'm.
Member French.
I have one question. So, Member Crawford, you said after reviewing it and me looking at it too, you said you don't see how it could come to a better outcome. I'm like Member Ralph. If there's a female that's there Why isn't the female allowed to do that pat down? That's the better outcome that I could see from this case. And, you know, and it is about respect. You know, when you take away a citizen, and I don't care who they are, respect, when you don't respect them, and having an officer touch a female in such a way, even if it's unnecessary, pat down, if there's a female, makes a big difference to a female, being a female myself. So I think it could have been handled better. Like you said, when there's a female around to do it.
Member Crawford.
Yeah, I can kind of address my thinking there. In the investigation report, we read that the explanation that I want to say came from the sergeant, but I could be remembering that wrong, of the situation was that they did not realize the complainant was female until after the pat down. Now, I don't know that it's, appropriate to adjudicate that situation here, but supposing that is true, which certainly could be true, I'm not sure that there really is a better policy approach. I considered, should an officer ask someone their gender identity prior to a pat down? But I'm concerned that for especially a lot of queer people, that would on the net probably be a worse situation. So that's sort of the complexity there.
Yes, Member Ralph.
There was a significant way he could have told that she was a female without asking. It was when he put his hand on her front genitals and did not feel what belongs to a male. Immediately, he should have been able to tell that that was a female and should have stepped back. But from the moment he split her legs open, he went for that area. Her voice was very feminine and she had breasts. I'm just saying, Member Crawford and other members of this board, I'm not saying, that there could be a mistake made on a stolen vehicle or, that they went by policy on checking to make sure that this was not the stolen vehicle. My disagreement on the finding, again, is that the complainant was not treated with respect. That is my disagreement.
If there's no further discussion on this item, I'd like to move to a vote here. The motion on the table is to adopt the findings of the agency in both cases 030-21 and 125-21. If there's no amendments or further changes to that motion, I'd like to ask Ms. Barela to please call the roll.
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
No.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
Member.
No.
That motion passed 4-2. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barela. Our final case of the evening here is item D, findings of sustained and exonerated, case 144-21. And I believe that we have the complainant here with us to speak tonight.
Yep, hold on, let me move her over from the waiting room. So hold on just a moment, please.
Thank you.
And she should be connected now.
Ms. Neimer, are you with us? Ms. Neimer, are you with us? Ms. Neimer, I believe you're the complainant in case 144-21. Are you with us to address the board at this time? I don't believe that this complainant is on the line with us right now.
We can see her, she's muted.
So I think that's just a picture attached to the profile. So We've done 3 calls here. I'll do one more. Ms. Neimer, are you with us? Are you available to speak on your case before the board tonight, case 144-21? We do provide 4 minutes for complainants to address the board before their case is heard. Since this is our last item, I will go ahead and move on to considering the case since we don't have a response. Do we have any motions on this item, case 144-21?
Chair Olivas, I move that we accept the findings of the agency in case 144-21, item 8D on our agenda.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this case? Seeing none, Ms. Barela, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
Member Ralph.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 6-0.
Thank you, Ms. Barela. And Ms. McDermott, if you could move her back to the waiting room, or I suppose just remove from the meeting since we've concluded that item. As a note to all of our complainants that may be listening to the meeting or interested in your case, all of these cases that the board voted on tonight to adopt findings, you will receive a letter in the mail explaining the findings of the agency that the board approved at this meeting, and you'll have the opportunity to appeal those findings if you feel that an appeal is warranted based on the facts of the case. I would also like to just take a minute to actually make a quick comment on case 115-21 that slipped through my notes. I just wanted to remark that this was a very complicated and a very devastating case for the community. And I commend the complainant for making such a taking such a thorough accounting of this case and what had happened in this case. And I do feel that as a board, he notes in the conclusion of his complaint that the board has repeatedly attempted to act on these repeated issues that we've now seen over the years with cases involving children, crimes against children unit, and other procedures that APD has in regards to dealing with child abuse and child neglect cases. And I just want to note that this is an important issue, and I hope that the board will continue and hopefully redouble its efforts to look at these policies and make substantive changes to these policies, or suggest substantive changes to these policies that can move this department and the city in a better direction. This is a very disturbing case, and while I don't necessarily disagree with the findings of the agency, I agree that these policies in this area of the department needs a lot of work to be improved to meet the need that we have here. That concludes our review of cases for the evening. I do want to also add that one public comment was received after the deadline tonight. We all received that in our emails a while back, and we will, certainly members can consider that comment, and I believe it will still be relevant. This is a comment on ordinance changes. Given the timeline that was laid out to us tonight by Mr. Sullivan, I think that those comments will still be relevant, even though they weren't in time for us to review before the meeting. So please take a look at that, just an advice to all members. Item number 9 tonight is serious use of force cases and officer-involved shooting cases. I was advised with these cases that since Director Harness is not here tonight, we do not have, his FRB reports available to give his findings. So we will not be reviewing these cases in the context of the director's findings on the FRB reports. However, all members have had access, or hopefully should have had access, to all of the cases listed. And I believe we should still be able to consider these cases in the context of the information that was available. So item A, the first case is 20-0037851. This is a handcuffing force case. have any motions on this case?
Chair
Yes, Dr.
Olivas.
Cass.
Oh,
Dr. Cass?
I'll second the motion if you made one. If not, I'll make one.
I haven't yet. You go ahead and I'll second yours, sir.
All right, I move that we accept the findings of the Forest Review Board in this case.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this case? Yes, Dr. Cass.
Yes, I think this is a good case to lead off with because I think it shows the progress that APD has made in examining these cases. And I think it's worthwhile to kind of go through the details of what they found and the considerations that the Forest Review Board made. It is a fairly recent case, and that speaks some volumes as well, because the Forest Review Board had a large backlog of cases, and this case was actually, well, it's a little over a year old or a year and a half old, I guess, but the Forest Review Board took about a year to get there. But in any case, they've improved on that backlog, and I think we'll see some other even more recent cases. But in this particular case, I just wanted to point out that the Forest Review Board found in their discussion, they had a lengthy discussion with multiple findings, or at least multiple issues that were raised. And I will kind of briefly go through some of those because I think it's worth just seeing what their considerations are. So their discussion topics were questions essentially, but with the individual having 3 prior use of force incidents, is he currently in the crisis intervention, the CIT case management? And the answer was no, but they will add him to that. The second discussion item was, after the individual was handcuffed and in the unit, any consideration to wait for another officer to be present before putting him in the restraint system. And they at least looked into this. They believe that other officers were on the scene, and so they tried to answer this question. And they also refer back to the training that officers receiving regarding putting someone in a passive restraint system, that they're suggesting that it may be necessary to add a 3rd officer to that process. They did, item 3 was they did a great job explaining what was needed to the individual, to what he needed to do, and explain how the restraint system would be put on him. They commended an officer. In the spirit of not mentioning names, I won't mention names. They need to re-educate officers about not putting full weight on a person for possible positional asphyxia. And I believe that's that's something that obviously we've had, has been in the news a lot. And there's, that concern has been raised now at APD as well. Any reason to believe that he could not breathe during this contact, because it did not appear that he had any trouble. And the detective advised that he did not ask that specific question, but they didn't, as they observed, they did not think that was there was a problem. The idea that if you're talking, you're breathing, used to be a common thought amongst officers. Has this been addressed? Yes, it has in recent training and newsletters. So I think another important factor. After he was placed in the prisoner or the restraint system, let's see, the strap to the restraint system was closed in the door, and training advises they don't do this. So this has been addressed. The answer was that this has been addressed in recent training. There was some question about OBRD confusion, and that's one of the findings that they found, but this was one about whether another officer could use an OBRD, a second officer's OBRD. There was an issue raised on the status of the search and seizure training, which is of course the basis for arrests. And they mentioned that a new training manager had started, which will assist in getting up to speed the pace of preparing training. and they're currently reading through their training. And there was a question about current timeline for search and seizure newsletter. The newsletter pushed the commander to review with an unknown timeline. So there's information there as well about search and seizure. And then they asked whether the CPOA director got these reports, which of course he does. The other issue that I think were brought up specifically in this was the de-escalation and the time, distance, cover, and crisis intervention skills were mentioned specifically, and the situation and the officer's response to that. So I think the consideration given specifically to de-escalation is important. They also review the Graham factors and justify their arrest and actions based upon answering the Graham factors. And then there were several policies identified in terms of what techniques or what policies applied in this particular case. And so that there's a direct relationship between the actions that they took and the policy as they existed at that time. I think in the end, there was one set of policy violations that were all centered around the use of the OBRD, and that this wasn't quite as it should be. But in my view, those were more procedural and not anything that materially affected the use of force that was done. So. So I just wanted to point those out. I think that if you look through the PowerPoint presentation that was made, they're much more systematic in laying out all the elements of the case and of the review. And I think this is progress. It should be noted at APD. So those are all the comments I had about this case. But I would, as I said, I'd move to accept the findings of the Force Review Board on this.
Thank you, Dr. Cass. Do we have any further comments on this case? Seeing none, Ms. Barrera, would you please call the roll to adopt the findings of the FRB?
Yes. Member Crawford?
Yes.
Member French?
Yes.
Member Galloway? Yes. Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Olivas?
Yes.
Member Rowe?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 6-0.
Item B is case 20-0051-552. This is also another handcuffing use of force case. Do we have any motions on this case?
I move we accept the findings of the Force Review Board in this case.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion or comments on this case?
I can give a quick review or a quick summary of the case if you for the board. This was a case where officers responded to a request to remove a disorderly subject from the hotel. The officers had reasonable suspicion to contact the subject after speaking with hotel staff and observing property damage by the subject. Officers established probable cause for an arrest after the subject adamantly refused to leave the property. So this was I'll give the floor up to other comments.
Any other comments or discussion on this case? Case number B, or case letter B. Seeing none, Ms. Barrera, would you please call the roll on the motion to adopt the findings of the FRB in case B?
Yes. Member Crawford?
Yes.
Thank you. Member French?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Olivas?
Yes.
Yes.
Member Rowe?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 6-0.
Case C 21-0001037. Do we have any motions on this case?
I
Mr.
move
Galloway?
we accept. I'll defer.
I move that we accept the findings of the Forest Review Board in 21-0001-037.
Do we have a second? Dr. Cass?
Yes, I'll second.
I'm guessing. Is there any, would you like to present any information on this case or further discussion?
This was a case where there was an apparent fight in progress in a motel where the one individual called for help because the second individual had apparently had broken a window in the hotel and in what was perceived as a possible suicide attempt. So so officers were called, and let's see, the officers noticed that the officers announced themselves at the hotel. They noticed that the subject had lacerations on her wrist, neck, and believed she was suicidal. He felt that he could not delay care to tell her that she was being detained, and so they went ahead and started to remove her. Let's see. They used de-escalation techniques, or at least they mentioned the de-escalation techniques that they used, and the force that was necessary to handcuff her and remove her. So that's about all I have to say.
Thank you, Dr. Cass. Do we have any further discussion or comments on this case? Seeing none, Ms. Butterly, would you please call the roll on the motion to adopt the findings on case C?
Yes. Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
Member Rell.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Case number D is 21-0015637. Do we have a motion on this case? Dr. Cass?
Yes, I move that we accept the findings of the Forest Review Board in this case.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Dr. Cass, would you like to present any information on this?
Yes, thank you. Let's see, this occurred on February 27th of this year. The individual called police to request a police escort to check on the well-being of his children who were with his ex-girlfriend. This call was coded as a priority 4 domestic violence escort. The officers responded. There were on-call, there were a call that was made by field officers who were apparently in the vicinity, and this call had been waiting a long time, so they took it upon themselves to respond to the case. I'm reading from the FRB report, or the PowerPoint presentation. In a multi-agency task force interview, Officer 1 said he thought the individual was going to walk away with his daughter after he had picked up his children at this presumed visitation. And so he grabbed his right arm, and he explained that he grabbed the subject's arm in order to snap his mind out of his current line of thinking. That was the first incident, and the individual then did hand his child over to another family member present. And after he handed off his child, he angrily began to insist that officers did nothing to help him. And the officer told the investigators that he was relieved Paul relinquished the child and was ready to let Paul leave the area. When he began walking away from the apartment,
he began to use foul language and berate the officers. Officer 1 then followed him from a distance of about 10 feet. The subject turned around, threw his hands in the air, and with his middle fingers extended, and yelled an insult at the officer. Officer 1 then closed the distance to 2 or 3 feet, and then eventually, after another insult, Officer 1 tackled the subject. So that's a summary of the case. Go ahead.
I was just going to note that in this case, the FRB findings were that the use of force was not within policy. Vice Chair Galloway.
Thank you so much. This was super disturbing to watch because, and fortunately, in the use of force cases that we reviewed, we haven't seen this happen yet, where I feel as though in this case, absolutely the use of force occurred because of the officer's actions and not because of the subject. We often find that there are policy violations for OBRD or concerns over equipment failures or things like this, but not so much an actual use of force policy violation that has occurred. And so when I was done reviewing this case, it left me wondering what happened. And do we get a report as far as disciplinary action that has been given, or training that has been provided to the officer to avoid these things happening in the future? Because this, I think, was 100% avoidable.
Yes, Dr. Cass. You're on mute. Dr. Cass, you're muted.
Sorry, that's a good question, and I believe that, you know, up till now, this is information that is basically internal to APD, and so I believe Commander Evans can give us some more insight as to what happens and what typically in a case like that, this, without speaking specifically to a case. I think we can also ask as to whether it's possible to, you know, how that, you know, learn at least in general what happens in a case like this. So if you're tuned in, Commander Evans, I'd invite you to comment. If not, I don't want to blindside you. So.
I'm glad to look into it, Dr. Cass. You know, of course, I'd have to review with the city attorney if we can release more than we already released. But you know, sorry, I caught the tail end of that case as I was reviewing some documents. But were you saying that the FRB found it out of policy, and did the detectives find it out of policy as well, or?
Yes, the IA, the Force Division found it out of policy, and the FRB agreed. And it was a case of the officer had violated the use of force policies.
Okay, so we review those cases. Of course, they're case by case basis, but depending on the circumstances, they can be referred to for criminal charges, where the MATF will look into it and see if criminal charges are appropriate. If we believe that it was something to that effect. Or it can be referred through an IAR, where Internal Affairs Professional Standards will pick up the case.
Thank you. So this, and typically how much of this information is public, since this, you know, at this point, I assume this is strictly internal affairs investigation, since there's, there was no apparent criminal element to this. It was strictly an internal affairs policy violation.
Yeah, officers' internal affairs records are typically private and rarely are disclosed publicly. But I can tell you that since I've been with IAFD, that the city has taken a very aggressive approach to out of policy force. We're better at identifying it, and we continue to improve every day on identifying it. And there is there's no wiggle room on that. It's either in policy or not to mention we also have EFIT working alongside with us, who has their input as well.
Vice Chair
Okay,
Galloway?
yeah, thank you.
Hi there. Since I have you and since you can answer some questions, when IAFD is looking at a policy violation, sustaining a policy violation, do they also take into consideration whether it was a truly unintentional policy violation, right? It wasn't intended to happen. It was a sustained policy violation, but it wasn't intended, versus in this case, it really did appear as though this was a retaliatory action on the officer's part. So that would be question number one. Is there kind of exacerbating and mitigating circumstances when it comes to disciplinary action that is recommended or implemented? And then the second thing is, in asking for kind of a report back as to what disciplinary action occurred, if any, the officer's name is already redacted. We don't know who this person is and don't look to know who that person is, but we do want to make sure that the response was appropriate to the policy violation, right? And so I would be curious as to why we would not share that information. We share anonymous disciplinary action in our monthly reports from internal affairs. So I don't know why asking for a specific one would somehow be different. I don't always word things the best, so I hope you got through that.
Neither do I. I think that's why people like me talking, because I'm kind of candid and I have no guile. To answer your first question, which was whether there's aggravating and mitigating circumstances that are considered on cases, the answer is yes. But it's typically not taken into consideration at a detective level. So the detective will conduct his investigation and basically determine whether the policy was violated or not. And he will provide the information necessary to substantiate or clear that case. Now, that case, as it goes up for review and for disciplinary measures, if it's sustained, that's where they begin taking in the mitigating and the aggravating circumstances. And aggravating circumstances can be very, very that's why policies that are very low in nature can jump very high depending on the seriousness of the aggravating circumstance. But they are absolutely considered. Now, as far as your other question, did I answer that one sufficiently? Okay. For your other question, you were talking about reports that are provided. Well, the reports that are typically provided about any sort of officer activities, if you'll notice, those officers their names are completely obscured with, and when they're provided publicly, they have like no identifiers. It'll be like the ones and zeros or something to that effect. In this case, what you're asking for is an adjudication of a known case, and that could be problematic. Now, Commander Cottrell is the keeper of all things holy in the Internal Affairs Division, and my main focus is force, of course, and that rhymed, I know. Like I said, no guile. But my primary focus is force, and the misconduct that we identified during our investigation, of course. Commander Cottrell keeps all of the records at Internal Affairs professional standards and provides all the IPRA requests and things like that. So he would be better suited to answer any sort of record sharing questions.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Other questions or discussion from the board on this case? I would just add my opinion to the chorus here that this was clearly a violation of the policy and an escalating circumstance that clearly there was a number of factors here that were not followed, typical SOPs that were not followed, and resulted in this situation being the way it was on the end of the officers involved. So I support the findings as drafted by the FRB and commend them on good work here investigating this case. And I also think that our members Cass and Vice Chair Galloway have raised good points here on sort of one area that we're now starting to see maybe sort of a gray area, in that we are seeing these case reports, these FRB reports, but we're not really enlightened as to what sort of actions are taken after those reports are, or after those findings are made in these cases where there may be misconduct that's found. And I think going forward, that does raise some questions and some process improvements that may be potentially need to be discussed and deployed. So kudos to everyone in this. Seeing no further discussion from the board, one more call here. Seeing none, Ms. Parela, would you please call the roll on adopting the FRB findings in this case?
Yes, Member Crawford,
Yes.
okay, Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
okay, Member Olivas,
Yes.
Member Ralph.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 6-0.
Thank you. That takes us to case number E, case 19-00777270. This is an officer-involved shooting case that the board discussed, I believe it was back in the month of August, if I'm not mistaken. And we have requested a response from APD in regards to several questions that our members had at that meeting and issues that were raised in the board's discussion. So I don't know, I'll ask, query the board here if we have any desire to make a motion, or do we want to just have Commander Evans speak here? I think that seems to be the case. So Commander Evans, the floor is yours, and I imagine there may be some questions and discussion here for you.
Okay, good. Thank you, Chair Olivas. So I received this case back in August, and I have reviewed a lot of the material and some of your questions that were sent to us. And you have to forgive me, I'm working a couple different computers here to be able to get you the answers that you need. I don't know if you knew the outcomes of the FRB. It seemed to me that the question was more directed at the FRB and the outcomes of some of what was requested. So it appeared to me that on April 23rd, 2020, the board came to a finding or made a referral that IAFD will reopen the investigation to address concerns of policy, tactics, training, equipment, and supervision. The IC wasn't established, perimeter wasn't established, equipment wasn't utilized, a vehicle for cover, things like that. What steps were taken to secure the scene, to slow things down? Why wasn't it done? So they sent that out, and Commander Middleton provided a document providing an explanation of the incident command, steps taken to slow things down, explanation approach. Then in June 11th of 2020, the FRB had identified a concern related to training specific to ensuring field supervisors were being evaluated when arriving on scene to critical incidents. The training academy that created reality-based training scenarios which encompass field supervisors' interactions with specialized units and their respective supervisors. So apparently what I gleaned from that was that they identified that the tactical officers that were working, it seemed to me, just looking at CADs, that the supervisors on scene just kind of sidestepped and said, hey, tactical's here, we'll let them handle it, and did not get as involved as maybe they could have. They started blocking off traffic and things like that. I could see where they were calling for units to block off traffic, but it didn't seem to me like they were guiding the actual approach. And from further investigation into some of the responses that I read, it appeared to me that this was coming off the shadow of the El Paso mass shooting, and officers were concerned that this was going to turn into that type of scenario, and they were also afraid that officers' vehicles or officers approaching would instigate a some sort of shooting event, which was somewhat confirmed when they approached and the subject did go for the weapon in its waistband. So that was their explanation. They were afraid that anything could trigger this guy who was, according to reports, was pointing a weapon at cars and flashing a gun and pointing it at bystanders. It seemed to me from the documents that I read that they were concerned that he was going to be triggered into actually, beginning to discharge his firearm. And hence that's why they approached the way that they did. That the document that was sent to the FRB definitely lacked, I won't say lackluster, it just didn't have a lot of the information, like there was no signature or anything like that on it, which made it kind of difficult for me to tell who authored it. But it seemed that several officers, this was in like I say, the shadow of the mass shootings in El Paso. They were afraid that it was a copycat, that sort of thing. A witness had come up to them and said that the subject had continued to lift his shirt and point and display his firearm. They were just concerned for the traffic and the foot traffic in the area. With that being said, my review, of course, I didn't reinvestigate this case. I'm trying to focus on our keeping our current cases current. That way you all have relevant material coming out of IAFD to review. This case happened back in 2019, August of 2019. But just in my review of the investigation, I can see where we've improved considerably over the years. And our investigations are much more thorough and efficient. So that was just some of my takeaways from this incident. I don't want to, like I say, reinvestigate and try to come up with my own findings or anything like that. But I can tell you that our investigations, I'm hoping in the future that when you receive an investigation from us at this point, that your questions are answered rather than being left, in this sort of state where you just don't know what happened. Yes, Dr. Cass.
Yes, I'd like to kind of fill in on some of the other background information because Commander Evans and I have had a couple of conversations in order to try to, he asked what we wanted to hear, and I tried to provide some clarifying information. And I appreciate your answer to this, and I'd like to explore it a bit further. In that, one of the things that I recently saw was there was an article in the New York Times which described high risk traffic stops, and it was interesting in that it showed what happened at the instant that shots were fired in a high-risk stop where an officer shot a subject because they'd stopped him for something, and then it led, at the end, it ended in a shooting of an individual. And what the Times article laid out was the time that preceded that, the minute, and usually it was no more than a minute or 2 minutes that led up to the final result. And they wanted to, show the circumstances of the complete event. And in a sense, the theme of this article was that there's a situation that they've named or characterized as officer-created jeopardy, which says that an officer creates jeopardy for himself in the actions that he takes leading up to a situation such as this. And I thought that this was appropriate in this particular officer-involved shooting case because there was approximately 10 minutes from when the urgent call went out until the individual was killed. And during that time, there was time. I mean, it seems to me that we should be looking at that time or what happened in the time between that final call out and the actual shooting occurred. And what could have happened was a plan could have been developed and as to how they were going to approach this. But it turns out that it was a mixed squad of some tactical officers who happened to be in the vicinity and field officers. And I think as a result of that, there was no leadership in the field to guide the operations of this sort of ad hoc unit of about 6 officers. And so there was no plan made. And it seems to me that this was the ideal opportunity. There was time to do this, and so when they actually approached the victim, they did it without bringing cover with them, which in my view is a critical part of this kind of an operation. If they feel that their own lives are in jeopardy, a significant factor in that is that they had no cover. And that's also one way to avoid the process of putting yourself in jeopardy. So what I'm suggesting is that, there was no plan for him. There was no, in fact, very specifically, there was no cover. And because there was no plan, there was no de-escalation, that occurred. The shooting actually occurred within 1 minute. It was less than a minute. Between when the line of officers confronted the individual who was laying on his back on the sidewalk at that time, and when they actually all fired their weapons. It was preceded by 1 second by a beanbag round or 40 millimeter round being fired, but then the rest of the squad virtually immediately fired their weapons. So it seems that this is a case where we need to start applying the idea that that there's more necessity in terms of training or policy and to recognize that officers need not put themselves into this jeopardy where the outcome is going to be that the individual is the one who's killed. And since that occurred, I know that this occurred just before the most recent use of force policies were put into place. And so there was a de-escalation policy. There was de-escalation language in a policy, but there wasn't a specific de-escalation policy and so that became clearer. And I think there's been much progress in terms of de-escalation since this time. But even at the time of this event, there was training and there was policy around de-escalation, and that didn't occur. But it was excused by the idea that the officer's explanation was they didn't want to put cover there, which would have allowed them to, or bring cover, which would have allowed them to de-escalate for fear that would actually excite the subject. That seems to me to be a real training issue, and I presume that has been, but if it hasn't been, it should be addressed in training. So those were my concerns at the time, and I appreciate Commander Evans' input. And I think this is, we have a good dialogue going. I think he's in the midst of reviewing use of force policies. And this is, as you all know, we had a special meeting about this. And so I think this is a continuation of that. But I'm heartened to think that, that the situation has improved. I just don't think we ought to, dismiss this as something that we can't learn from. And I don't think that's happening, but I want to make sure that we take that into account in the future. And I think it's, when we review these other two use of, officer involved shootings, I think there'll be some, something that we can apply from those as well. But in any case, I thank you for that. And I hope, we can continue this discussion and get information that, gives us better, creates better policies and creates better training and gets us, the information that we need to understand these cases. So thank you.
Yeah, this case was the catalyst for some training that I'm looking at. And it's actually reality-based training. So it was well put together. Not to mention, I think I've seen more trainings in the reality-based training center regarding this type of thing and supervisors taking charge of scenes. So I think this is a case of where we've made the correction at the time and we're seeing it now. So I'm definitely seeing improvement now at our response to these critical incidents. And I agree, there's certainly cases where we can have time on our side and de-escalate, set up perimeters. And what I'm trying to avoid at all costs is what the Los Angeles PD had, where the subject, they were hesitant to use force on a subject and he ended up cutting someone's throat because of the officer's slow response. So there's a balance. And I understand an urgency. If a civilian had been shot or multiple civilians had been shot, we would be having a much different conversation. So we always have to consider that balance on a law enforcement response. Do we always want to be behind the curve when someone's armed and showing intentions of using deadly force? We have to be very, very careful on how we restrict officers' response. And I know it's one of those sort of armchair quarterback things. It's easy for me to sit back and say those officers shoulda, coulda, woulda. They should have done this and done that. But we also have to play what if on worst case scenarios all the time. I want a very well-rounded police department, as I know you do, who makes good, solid decisions and respects the sanctity of human life. We just have to be very cautious about how we go about that. And when it's appropriate to de-escalate, we need to de-escalate. When it's appropriate for us to move in and take action, that we're not hesitating on that because we're afraid of criticism.
Do we have other questions for Commander Evans tonight? Yes, Member French.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. But there's a couple of questions that I have, and I appreciate you coming and answering our questions, and I want to hear from APD more so than the board members. This is my question on this, and I understand about, anything can happen in a split second, but I've yet to hear why they didn't approach this man from his blind side. This man was asleep on the sidewalk, and as far as the El Paso scenario, he was nowhere near a Walmart. He couldn't have got to a Walmart. I know where Walmart is, and I know where this bus stop is. There's no comparisons with those two in my mind. But I've yet to hear why they didn't try to approach him from his blind side since he was asleep. And second of all, I also had questions about the disrespect for the man's body, flipping him here back and forth and back and forth. And also, I may be wrong, but I believe there was a comment about the time from the time they said he's still breathing until they started administering first aid or CPR. Then the second thing is when he needed more bandages for this gentleman, it seemed like all the officers walked off, but there was only one that either went to his car or had some bandages to help him try to stop the bleeding. So those were my questions, and I didn't hear any answers to those. But I do appreciate you saying, you know what, we learned from that. We hope, we're doing better. We hope to do better in the future. And we're using those type of things to make sure that we improve. I appreciate that. That's what I want to hear. But I still haven't heard answers to those other questions of mine.
That's a lot to unpack. That's a lot of questions, but I do appreciate it, Member French. Let me see what I can do about unpacking a little bit of that about things that I can speculate. I can only go by what the investigation revealed, and like I say, I'd like to think that my investigations now reveal much more to where you don't have these questions. I would hope. We may always have questions. I don't know, but it's a good thing that we're questioning. We should be questioning this sort of stuff. I can tell you that my approach in the field, when I approached an armed subject, it was typically based not by his blind side, it was based on crossfire with the general public. So I don't want to approach somebody who, if I have to engage in gunfire with this subject, to where I have maybe a bus stop behind the person or a store behind the person, or I'll usually try to put an open parking lot or something like that. I don't know if that's the case in this case, or maybe they erred. It's pretty unusual for tactical officers to err in that respect from a tactical approach. So I would like to think that they had a proper approach to the subject to keep the innocent civilians safe in the background. The backstop is what we call it if we have to engage. So that's just something to take into consideration with approaches. We want our safest approach, and then we also want to keep the general public safe from any sort of gunfire. As far as medical treatment, we're required to notify rescue immediately. About all I'm trained to do is apply bandages, and I don't carry any bandages. We aren't given them. We typically we're given a couple of chest seals and a tourniquet. So that's usually all we have on us. If they had more, it's probably because they bought it and had it with them. So I don't know. I didn't see that portion of it. I was more concerned with the force, of course, and I rhymed again. Sorry. But as far as disrespect for the man's body, I didn't. You kind of trailed off there. I didn't know what they were doing to disrespect. Can you elaborate on that or clarify?
Well, when they first had him on his back, then they flipped him over on his stomach, and then they flipped him back on his back. And then I think one time when they flipped him on his stomach, and then when they flipped him back on his back, he had been wallowing in his blood. So there was a lot of blood all over him, but it's just the way they flipped him back and forth. And so I don't know why, but as I said in the first meeting, I hope his family members don't view this. Maybe it was necessary, but it just seemed the way that they were handling the body, that it was in a disrespectful manner, whether he was dead or not, or whether they were trying to rush with the first aid. That's what I meant.
Yeah, typically when I see that type of movement, it's to check for injury because you're hastily looking for the holes, so you can plug them with chest seals or whatever you may have on you. That's what I would like to think. Of course, I can't speculate or answer for them. I can just tell you what I've seen in the past and what would be appropriate in a sort of hasty sort of rolling people over like that. I would also like to think that no one would disrespect another person in that way, in that manner to disrespect them, other than to render them aid. But yeah, it's just something to consider. I mean, we try to render aid after we use force, any type of force, and the more serious the force, the more serious our response is going to be to render aid to. Did I miss any of the questions? Was there more?
No, I think that's it. That's fine.
Okay, I'm sorry if I couldn't provide more. It's based on what's in the investigation, what's in my notes here. But hopefully in the future, we can satisfy those questions before you even have to ask them, I'm hoping.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member French.
Other members wishing to ask questions of Mr. Evans? Not seeing any. So at this point, the board's requested a response from APD. I believe that Commander Evans has made his best attempt to answer those questions and get us some more information on this case and on our questions regarding it. So we're certainly free to have further discussion on this case, or if we have any members that want to make a motion. And well, I would advise, I believe that per parliamentary procedure, we're at the point here where it's actually advisable we need to have a motion on the table here in order for us to proceed with further discussion, given that we've received Commander Evans' report and no members have further questions on that report. So is there a motion on this case?
I move that we accept Commander Evans' report on the subject. And we'll continue the conversation in other cases, and but I just move that we accept Commander Evans' report.
We have a motion to accept the report.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this this item? Yes, Vice Chair Galloway.
We've still not decided on this case, if I remember correctly. So is the intention to do something about that piece of it tonight? Or are we looking for more information from APD?
Dr. Cass.
Yes, I think our decision was that we would write a letter to APD asking for an explanation. And I don't believe there's I don't know that there's any other action we can take. I mean, I believe we disagreed with the findings, and we had further questions. And I believe that's what I think that was decided. So I don't know what else is available. I think the process is a little bit nebulous here, because what we actually have the authority to do is not very well spelled out, if at all.
Well, yeah, and I think that would be like the follow-up question to back up. With all of the cases, the use of force cases that we review, we either accept the findings of the FRB or we don't accept the findings of the FRB. The follow-up question would be, what happens if we don't accept the findings of the FRB? And I don't think there's anything that's laid out as far as that goes. It's not really our investigation to do anything with. We just say we don't agree with it, I think is what that is. But I don't think that we've hit that piece of the chain yet, where we say, yes, we agree with their findings or we don't. In my opinion, I feel like Commander Evans being here provides us with some more context to what was going on to be able to come to that determination. I think that was the idea behind it, if I remember correctly. But if we don't do anything, if we don't either accept or reject the findings of the FRB, it's out of our typical MO for how we process these things.
And I believe in the past, when this has typically been the case, we've adopted, for example, we've adopted the director's FRB findings or his non-concurrence with those findings. So I'm just providing that as a little bit of context, but I don't think that we've had a non-concurrence in this case to the extent that I think the board is at in this case. This is a much more, generally a more complicated case than we've seen in the past. And I think the extent of disagreement here is probably wider.
I have a question.
Member French.
I have a question about the motion on the floor. I believe Dr. Cass's motion was that we accept Commander Evans' explanation. Is that what your motion was, Dr. Cass? And if so, how is that?
I used the word report, but that's
okay, report.
the essence of it.
Okay, so my question is, how is that relevant to, or is that necessary for us to decide on whether we accept or don't accept the findings? I'm not sure why we're making a motion whether we accept or don't. We just wanted an explanation from police. So could you explain that motion or why we're even voting on that?
Yes, I'm just trying to provide closure to this item on the agenda. And the item on the agenda was to ask for a report from APD. We received that report, and I'm moving that we accept the report. I think the other issues that have been raised have actually been dealt with. I think when we wrote the letter, we also, as I recall, accepted the findings of the executive director. And so I think that part is over. And given that, we don't have a lot of guidance on this, and we're doing it as we think we should, I think we finished that part, and now we're at the part where we asked for a report, we received it, and I'm moving that we accept that report.
So I'm not entirely clear myself as to what set of findings, or I should say, if we adopted a set of findings at the previous meeting where this was discussed under the pretext of sending a letter to gain more insight from APD on their position and why the findings of the FRB were as such. I was under the impression at that time, what I can recall right now of that meeting, was that the intent of receiving this information was for the board to be able to make a more informed decision on what findings it would adopt or should adopt. Yes, Director McDermott.
Chair Leavis, I do believe that is correct, that the board, and this is going off memory, but the board did not actually make a finding in this case, and it wanted to have the more information from APD before making that decision. So the appropriate is, now that you have more facts to consider, then you would make your finding based on that information.
So I would argue from a procedural standpoint, we can still have this motion to accept the report. This is something that I think City Council regularly does on different items, essentially a receipt be noted or response accepted type of thing, which I think is what this is. But I would just note that doesn't deal with the underlying issue on the case. So I think there's two issues here, and I think we're perfectly free to consider this motion, and we should. So if there's no more comments on this motion specifically, I would argue that we should move to a vote. Seeing nothing further, Ms. Barrera, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Member Crawford?
Yes.
Member French?
No.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Olivas?
Yes.
Member Ralph?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-1.
Thank you. So this item is still on the agenda. I believe that basically clears the request for an APD response. At this point, I think if members want to have more time to deliberate on this, we could entertain a motion to table this into December, or we could consider a motion at this time to adopt findings. Vice Chair Galloway.
Diane, by any chance, do you have Director Harness's his findings or his opinion on the findings of the FRB meeting with this case as well?
Chair Olivas, Vice Chair Galloway, no, I'm afraid I do not have any access to the director's findings for any of these use of force. It would have to just go back to reviewing the transcript, not the transcript, but the minutes or whatever from that meeting that it was discussed. But I don't have access to anything right now, so.
And he's not a voting member of FRB, so likely his opinion isn't going to be recorded in the minutes anyway. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Dr. Cass.
I move that we table this decision on this until the next meeting, at which time we'll be provided with the director's findings from the FRB and have time to consider the presentation and explanation by Commander Evans.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion to table this issue into December? See none, Ms. Borrell, would you please call the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon, Member Olivas,
Yes.
Member Ralph.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed.
Thank you. We'll see that case again on our next agenda. Item number F is case 19-0094605. This is an officer-involved shooting case. I guess, Dr. Cass, would you like to present a brief overview of this case?
Yes, thank you. So this is a case that occurred on October 14th, 2019. An individual called police to report another individual had sent him a text message stating her ex-boyfriend was in her apartment and was threatening her with a gun. Officers agreed to meet at Tennessee and Copper to plan their approach to the target apartment. A force array was established and included a rifle and a 40mm munitions launcher. The rifle officer was put on point and the officers approached on foot from the south. Officer number one looked into one of the bedroom windows and saw the individual nervously typing on her phone just before the second individual entered the room and pointed a gun at her head. The second individual, ran to the front door. He opened the door in an apparent attempt to leave, but quickly retreated back inside when challenged by officers. After tactical officers entered the living, this occurred. The initial contact was about let's see, it's fairly early. It was 2:02 a.m. At least the call went out at 6:31. There was at 6:11 a.m. they established telephone audio, and at 6:31 they conferred with the hostage and developed a plan based upon her medical emergency. They then eventually entered the living room. Tactical officers entered the living room, and they walked toward a small hallway leading to other rooms. As they reached the hallway, the individual confronted them. He faced the officers holding a gun with both hands, and with the gun aimed directly at them. The two tactical officers at the front of the entry team believed they were about to be shot, so they both fired their rifles to stop his threat. That's a summary of the incident.
Thank you, Dr. Cass. Is there anyone wishing to make a motion on this case at this time? Dr. Cass?
Yeah. Yes, I'd like to move that we accept the findings of the Force Review Board on this case, in that there was no policy violations or misconduct identified with the case. The only issues that were identified had to do with OBRD video being properly controlled, let's see, uploaded, I believe. So in any case, I want to move that we accept the findings of the FRB.
Seconded.
We have a motion and a second. That brings us to discussion on this case. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Barela, would you please call the roll on the motion to adopt the findings of the FRB in this case?
Yes, Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
Member Rel.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 6-0.
Thank you. And our final case on this agenda item is, sorry, lost my place here. Item G, case 16-004-8656. This is also an officer-involved shooting case. Dr. Cass, would you like to give a brief overview of the case?
Yes, thank you. This is a case that occurred on May 28th, 2016. So it's the oldest case I believe that we have on our agenda. But in any case, the individual's wife called 911 to request emergency transport to the hospital for her husband. She explained her husband had stepped on glass and was bleeding. She added that he was holding a gun and said he would shoot anyone that came through the door. This occurred at about 10 o'clock at night. Before making contact, officers observed that the individual was manipulating on an action on the rifle that he was holding. And they then agreed to meet nearby and approach on foot. As soon as the light was provided, officers saw that the individual was in the process of bringing his rifle to his shoulder. He completed the movement and brought the rifle to his shoulder while pointing it at officers. Officer 1 thought the individual was going to kill him or the officers with him, and Officer 1 responded to the threat by firing at the individual until he fell to the ground. After being shot, he remained conscious and complied with officers' commands to lay down and keep his hands to his side. He was still conscious when the sergeant began rendering medical aid. The Force Review Board found that there were some training issues, training and tactics issues. They identified concerns related to training and tactics specific to whether current and upcoming training includes and adequately addresses tactical retreating and containment. Training Academy will review current and upcoming training to ensure it includes and adequately addresses tactical retreating and containment. As I followed up on the various reports to the FRB, they had put a deadline of August 20th for reporting back regarding these training issues. When I looked at the August 20th FRB report, there was no mention of that. Again, on, let's see, the first report was in July 23rd. They asked for a report back on August 20th, which I did not see, nor on August 27th, which I also looked at. So this apparently got sort of, the report back got kicked down the road, but other than that, addressing these training issues, there were no other violations, policy violations, or criminal law violations noted. The one tactical violation that they noted was, or concern, actually, this was under the category of concern, was that the dispatcher did not tell responding field officers about about the victim's or the individual's threat to shoot anyone that walks through the door. So that's essentially a summary of the case and of the FRB findings.
Thank you, Dr. Cass. With the summary now made, do we have any members wishing to make a motion on this case?
I move that we accept the findings of the FRB.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this case? Member French, I couldn't tell if you're motioning there or just readjusting. Okay. Seeing no further discussion on this case, Ms. Barella, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
Member Rel.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 6-0.
Thank you. That concludes item G. Item H is file requests. We do not have any current file requests to be made or voted on by the board. And item I is proposed cases for December 2021 review. The list is available on this agenda for members to have access to, and members may begin their review of these materials at any time they should choose. And I would also remind members, based on the board's action tonight, item E, case 19-007770 will also be on our list of cases for next month for final action. And one other announcement here I wanted to make that I did get some clarifying information from Elizabeth Martinez with Department of Justice that the FRB minutes do contain the executive director's position on cases. So the FRB minutes should reflect some of these cases that Director Harness has participated in. So just making that announcement so everyone has that information if you didn't see that in the chat. That concludes item 9, our serious use of force cases and officer involved shootings. And I would suggest that we proceed with item 10 and then take a break after we receive reports from subcommittees. So that being said, item A is the Community Outreach Subcommittee. Vice Chair Galloway.
Thank you, Chair Olivas. We met on October 26th. A lot of the discussion is in my report that was provided to the board with this agenda. It did center a lot around the board becoming more active in the community and kind of reintroducing CPOA work, the board's role, that kind of stuff. In the meetings that I've been having and attending, it's very clear that there is a disconnect and some confusion that exists as far as the different roles in this oversight process that is much bigger than we are. Who handles which cases, who's responsible for any kind of sustained findings that are promoted by various other groups in the city as overreaching and handcuffing our officers from being able to do the work that they do. And so I think that it's time. We are not in the beginning stages of oversight anymore. And so the training wheels need to come off and we need to have more of a hand in educating the community and other members of this process for sure as to the work of the agency and the board. And so on the kind of responsibility checklist for members of the outreach committee is what opportunities might be best suited to begin those processes. How much time commitment should we expect from board members to engage in this process? It is not uncommon. If you've been participating in the NACOL trainings, you'll know that in a community outreach function or module that was presented in the web-based NACOL, there's some discussion about it being a requirement of board members to engage in outreach activities. And so I think it's time that we do that. And so we're having those discussions, and I would welcome any other input from other board members because this will affect all of us. And so, yeah. The only other thing that I would note is on the heels of what was presented last month as far as training and compliance and meeting with prospective new board members There is a meeting scheduled for next Tuesday at 3:30 at Flying Star to go over with some of our newer members where they stand with their trainings and begin that process of onboarding as was presented last month. A notice of possible quorum was posted. And so if anybody else would like to attend, more than welcome to. But those are kind of the things that are going on.
Could you say that date one more time for me?
Yeah, it's next Tuesday.
Okay, I think I have an email on that now that I.
Yeah, Tuesday the 9th at 3:30 at Flying Star on Rio Grande.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Any questions for Vice Chair Galloway? And I think we'll have more on that discussion of outreach, community outreach by the board later on in our discussion section. So we can hold those items for later. Next item is the report from the Policies and Procedures Subcommittee. Dr. Cass.
Yeah, so it's been submitted for your reading enjoyment. But I would just like to add, highlight one item, and that is that we, at our last meeting, we had a discussion about the policy recommendations that Member Galloway had made and Member Armijo Pruitt was carrying. Let's see, I believe so, but we were a little bit handicapped in that Member Armijo Pruitt was not able to attend the meeting, so everything we had was kind of secondhand. But in the end, we had a good discussion because Commander Evans was there, and he answered some questions about the role of the CACU, which he has, the Crimes Against Children unit, which he had served in for several years, and so has extensive knowledge about this, the process. And he was able to answer some of the questions that were posed by Member Galloway. But I would I made a couple of recommendations within the report that I think if Member Galloway wants to pursue her recommendations further, that one avenue would be to get have a conversation with Commander Evans so he could answer some of the questions that she has. And I think it would strengthen the ability to make some changes, significant changes to those policies that are related. Other than that, there's several other items on the report, but I'll let you read those yourself. So, and there's a couple more on the agenda later, but I'll leave it at that. Our next meeting is what, December 2nd at 4:30.
Thank you, Dr. Cass. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to item C, the Case Review Subcommittee. And I believe we have a new chair of this Case Review Subcommittee, Member French.
Yes, we did meet on October, I believe it was October the 26th. And at that time, the presiding chair, Member Nixon, stepped down and I was elected as the new chair. As you know, Chair Olivas, you did assign this committee to review the ordinance changes being recommended from City Council and some from our members. So we set a meeting up because we knew that the Council Public Safety Committee was supposed to address that this week, I believe, or first of next week. So we set up a meeting and we met November the 1st at 10 o'clock, in which we started going over all the ordinance changes that are being recommended from City Council. We're working on that draft. I'm working to make sure that we can refer a working paper to the full board. As soon as we get it done, we're going to meet again on November the 8th at 4 o'clock so we can continue. We want to make sure that City Council hears what we believe are necessary changes or what we think would improve the process for the board, for APD, and for the citizens. So we are actively working on that. And like I said, we will meet again on the 8th and we will continue to have as many meetings as necessary. And we will have them more than monthly. we are, I forget how we do it, we're overriding the rules or whatever, but we want to get this taken care of and we don't want to delay it. We want to make sure that we are on the offense and not on the defense the next time that this comes. So that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Member French, and thank you for setting such an aggressive schedule to get us on the running track with that. So I think I really appreciate you taking the lead there and getting this done. And I know we have more, potentially have more discussion on this later on in the agenda, so I will belabor it now. But if there's any other questions, take them now. Otherwise, we'll move on to item D, which is the Personnel Subcommittee. Recognize myself for this item. The Personnel Subcommittee met on October 25th at 4 p.m. We did recommend to the full board, which we'll discuss later on, an evaluation tool for the 2022 Executive Director evaluation cycle. And the board spent a significant amount of time, the subcommittee spent a significant amount of time discussing the timeline and process for the executive director appointment. And we'll also discuss that later on this evening, as well as accepting public input and beginning to set questions for interviews and public interviews, that sort of thing, for the top candidates. So I believe we'll discuss more of that later. Our next meeting will be held November 29th at 4 p.m. and I'll stand for any questions. Seeing none, we'll close out item 10. That concludes our reports from subcommittees. And at this time, I would suggest that we take a roughly 20-minute break and reconvene here at 7:45. We are in recess. Good evening and welcome back to this meeting of the City of Albuquerque Civilian Police Oversight Agency Board. This is Chair Eric Olivas calling the meeting back from recess. The time is 7:46 p.m. We will begin, we will exit our recess and move into discussion and possible action items. Item number 11 on our agenda tonight. Item A in this section is consideration of commendation letter for SOP 3-52 policy development process. I believe this is Dr. Cass's item.
Yes, thank you, Chair Olivas. So a little background on this. As you know, policy 352 is the policy that guides policy development at APD. And within that, the board has the opportunity to make recommendations, make policy recommendations. And in this case, I would like to modify that slightly to make this a policy commendation, in that I think there's been some significant improvement in SOP 352 itself. And so I would move that the board accept this letter that has been written and recommended by the Policy and Procedure Subcommittee. And I will read the main part regarding who we're commending. So this is directed to Chief Medina, which is where our policy recommendations are directed. So Chief Medina, the Civilian Police Oversight Agency Board would like to commend the Albuquerque Police Department Policy Review Unit, the policy owners for SOP 352, the policy development process, for their efforts in reviewing and improving this policy. SOP 352 is a fundamental policy used to review all SOPs within APD. And then I go on to describe their work on the policy, and the final couple of paragraphs are that the CPOA board feels that the policy development process has improved vastly over the last 2 years, both in terms of efficiency and moving SOPs through the review process and promoting a spirit of cooperation between the CPOA and the policy review unit. These efforts have resulted in better policies. The improvements are in no small part due to the efforts of Acting Commander Sean Waite, Professional Integrity Division, Police Reform Bureau, formerly with the Compliance and Oversight Division, and Patricia Cerna, Policy Manager, Policy and Procedure Unit, and of the Compliance and Oversight Division, Accountability and Analytics Bureau. We'd also like to commend them and the members of their team, SOP Liaison Angela Medina and Policy Coordinator Officer Tanya LaForce, as well as the policy owners for their hard work and diligence in developing a better policy development process. So you can read the full letter in your attachments, but I would move that we recommend this, the board send this letter to the chief.
I'll second the motion. Any discussion on this motion to adopt this letter as recommended by the PMP subcommittee? Seeing no discussion, Ms. Barela, would you please call the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
Member Rell.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 6-0.
Thank you, Ms. Barela. And as usual with these communications, I assume that we'll be delegating the final formatting and sending of this letter to our staff. And if there's any questions or assistance needed, I believe Dr. Cass will be the point of contact on this one. Item B, consideration of PPRB policies with no recommendation. Dr. Cass, this is also your item.
This list of policies with no recommendation has been included in your in the attachments to this meeting. And I just wanted to note that I was reviewing policies that had been already published, and there were some back in August that we had failed to make any sort of recommendation on. So I included those as the first group of policies in this list. And so you see that at the top of the list. They were advanced through the PPRB in August 4th and 18th. And in fact, I believe either they've been all published or they've been retired. So, and that's noted as shown in the tables. And the rest of these are all recommendations. There's some exceptions which are noted as well, but there's this all should be clear from the attachment. And just one more thing as a reminder, this is something that goes to the policy review unit, which is the unit I'm commending, as opposed to the chief, where we would make a normal recommendation. So I move that we send a no recommendation on these on the policies in this list.
Yep. We have a second. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, Ms. Parela, would you please call the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
Member Rel.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 6-0.
Thank you. Concludes item B. Item C, consideration of proposed MOU between the City of Albuquerque, CPOA, CPOA-B, and APOA on officer-involved shooting and serious use of force materials. You all should have received a communication from, I believe it was actually doubly sent out by myself and Director McDermott, but late in the day here, we got the newest red line draft of the MOU out to the board. And I believe that our legal counsel, as well as Dr. Cass, who's been working on this item, will he'll co-team this item, as well as Mr. Pacheco with the city legal. So I'll recognize any and all of you this time.
Chair Olivas, and honorable board, I would allow Mr. Pacheco to go first unless he would like me to. I know that this is like a late in the evening type of a draft that you all were provided. Maybe if Mr. Pacheco could give you some background as to that, and then I can answer any questions that the board has. But having an updated draft, I think, is a positive step in the right direction.
Thank you, Tina, and Chair Olivas and board, good evening. I did submit an updated draft. As indicated, it's progress, however slight. I think I would ask of Ms. Gooch and Dr. Cass that perhaps our next step is that we probably want to sit down and go over some of the details and hash out some of the specifics so that we can refine the draft. There's going to be some significant work that needs to go along with this before we can really refine it. I think there's certainly remain some issues as far as the technological side of things. I had previously mentioned the switch to evidence.com rather than SharePoint, which I feel will be more efficient in usage for you all, as well as alleviate some of the concerns regarding the language of download and what that means, and how the information can be used. But also down the road, we're going to have to either get the police union in agreement with this, or take it before the court. And so there's going to be a lot of steps ahead of us, but I think progress is being made. I would just ask that, for the next steps of Ms. Gooch and Dr. Cass to set up a meeting with me. Hopefully, once the site visit is done and the monitor report and all that stuff. I know the holidays are here, and so it's going to be a little hectic for a little while, but I think we're taking baby steps.
Dr. Cass?
Yes, I appreciate the progress that's being made on this, and and my point that I've tried to make on several occasions, I guess, is that I would like to see the language taken out about the ability to download or the prohibition against downloading the files. And the reason I did actually, in response to Director McDermott's request, I sent out an email that I think I copied the parties here and not without the rest of the board. And I'm happy to send this or have it relayed to the rest of the board. But my reasons for wanting to download these files are that primarily it makes it much easier as the person who's reviewing which cases are being presented to the board, being able to organize those cases in advance. It also allows, I mean, there's 30 or 40 cases out on the table, and if you have to look through 30 or 40 files on the network in order to find the one that you're looking for to get some information about, then that becomes cumbersome. It also becomes cumbersome when you have a PowerPoint file to review and you want to go back and forth within the file, because it has to be, if it's on the web, that takes time to reload each slide, even though you may have just viewed it a minute before. When I download it, I can now review back and forth throughout the presentation to see what I missed, the first time through, or check some information. And I find that very useful. So I think in addition, we've seen a lot of hiccups with the evidence.com SharePoint link, and I appreciate your working on improving that. I've had some conversations with Lieutenant Smith, who's been the point of contact for this information, as well as Jim Kaplan, I believe, who's the APD evidence.com guru, I think. So I'm not sure what his title is, but in any case, there seems to be some agreement that cutting out the SharePoint intermediate would be a more, a smoother, more easily followed path in order to get to this information. So those are my two major, considerations, that we have the ability to download, and I think then using the right technological base is important as well. So that's all I have.
Yes, Ms. Gooch.
Chair Levis, Honorable Board, I think that time is of the essence, and I know that there's a lot of things going on. I also know that we cannot do this in a vacuum. I think it's important that we also keep the Department of Justice and the monitor team looped into what's going on and what we're thinking and what the board would like. And by this updated draft, I don't want anyone to think that that is not still the intent. I'm just trying to keep things moving. What I would like in a perfect world is if the board would give some guidance to me and Dr. Cass as your liaison on this issue about thoughts where we are on this draft, so that we can set up a meeting with the Department of Justice monitor team, the city, and others to try to keep things moving as expeditiously as possible. Mr. Pacheco is absolutely right. There's a lot of steps that have to go on here. And so the sooner we as a board, me as your counsel, have some guidance, I think the better we are in a position to keep moving forward. I hope that there's the ability to have a diplomatic, non-court involved resolution of this issue with the union, but it maybe we have to go to court, and if that's the case, it's going to take even longer. So I know it was last minute, but just by way of summary, generally the updated draft dealt with the monitor team's concerns about garrity statements versus compelled statement language, and put together a recital at the beginning that deals with that. And I think that that makes sense. That's not a super substantive edit, that I think the board already was okay with the idea that it needed to be fixed. There's some edits to what references to the CASA paragraph numbers that are being referenced in the document. There still is some questions from the Department of Justice about how this sharing is required by the terms of the CASA. And so the idea of promoting required sharing is still something that we have to hash out. And finally, really, I think the biggest and only point for guidance that I think that I need and Dr. Cass needs to best represent the board is this downloading issue, and whether the board is in a position to decide tonight, is this a make or break term? What do we want to do? So that then we have the, guidance to keep this moving forward as productively as possible.
And if I may, as to the point on downloading, I think, my sense is evidence.com doesn't work on a downloading thing. And so I think if, if Dr. Cass or Ms. Gooch would like to come and see me, I can do a demo of how evidence.com works. And so maybe just an understanding of it. Maybe they do understand. And so I'm going on that assumption that maybe there's a misunderstanding of how the technology operates. So.
Dr. Cass.
Yes, I think that as far as the PowerPoint and Force Review Board files are concerned, I don't think there's any need to put them on evidence.com, because I don't think they're anywhere. They're not evidence, basically. They're work product of APD. So those are, that would, I think that issue's, set aside in my view. The only issue is whether we, so it seems to me that they ought to be excluded from the downloading just because they aren't, the downloading prohibition, just because they aren't evidence. They're reports basically from APD. So, if we took that much off the table, then all we have to be concerned about as far as downloading is are the evidence reports, which have been redacted and taken, all the scrubbing has been done that complies with the collective bargaining agreement and the other parties' interests. So there again, there shouldn't be an issue with downloading. I think I'm not concerned about downloading the videos as much because I think they can be, those are more, I think they tend to be more sensitive. And so maybe what needs to be done is to compartmentalize these and, make it explicit as to what kind of information needs to be, the prohibition of downloading should exist for.
And I agree with you, sir. I think the biggest concern, frankly, is the videos. The reports are going to already be redacted. The PowerPoint presentations or work product. And so I think we really are speaking to any video or audio recordings, and that would be basically the evidence.com stuff. And so it's a very narrow issue. And so we're really not that far apart. Surprisingly, I think it's just hashing out these very fine details and just understanding where we are on it, I think. And frankly, a lot of this is looking down the road and at what the police union, what's going to make it palatable to the police union, frankly, because my position may not necessarily reflect what the police union is going to want to see. And so they're going to be a lot more protective of what gets downloaded versus, shared and so forth. And so I'm just trying to look a little prospectively to move this along.
I apologize to Member Crawford and Vice Chair Galloway. I think I didn't see your hands up earlier. Member Crawford, I think you were first, but you put your hand down. I don't know if you still want to chime in.
Yeah, I think my point was largely addressed. I was just going to say that, yeah, I don't love this prohibition on downloading in general, just because technically it's kind of vague in a troublesome way. But I do think the concerns mostly, I'd be a lot happier with if it was just about the videos. I don't know that whoever drafted this requirement realized just how onerous it was with relation to things like ShareBase, and they may not have even intended to include those. So,
thank you, Vice Chair Galloway.
I am sorry, this may be a silly question. Are we talking about any and all videos that are included in our case review process of serious use of force? So we're talking about the little bitty snippets in the PowerPoints as well. I'm seeing nodding.
I would think so. I would think any video or audio is what we're talking about, any of the multimedia stuff.
I would agree with that. I find those to be super helpful when you're reading it in the context that it was presented and you have the material that's available right there with it. So I find that concerning. And to Dr. Cass's point, I mean, I download every single PowerPoint file that we do for this every single time, because you do go back and forth and it's just so much easier to do that. There's got to be an element of mutual trust here. You know what I mean? I don't think, I know that we had a little hiccup a couple of years ago, but it's been a couple of years. It was widely understood where the source of any leaks were coming from. And I'm not saying that that may not happen again, but we dealt with the issue then. And I have to believe we would deal with it again if it was of concern. And I have to believe that everybody else, the APOA, the city, the DOJ, anybody who was concerned with red flags would raise the issue if we weren't doing it ourselves. We have our own code of conduct that Dr. Cass wrote and we have implemented to cover some of the issues that were going on a couple of years ago. And if there's not going to be just this fundamental element of trust, why are we a part of this?
So I have a slight ask. I'm sorry to interrupt. But I think I don't want to go in circles on what downloading means and what I think it would be helpful on my end and probably on Ms. Gooch and Dr. Cass's end if we just sat down and looked at the technology to see what we're talking about. And then we can talk about the terminology and what we're specifically talking about, because then we can refine those terms and come to some sort of an understanding and an agreement about how we're going to thread the needle in a way that satisfies your needs as well as APOA's needs in furthering this. Frankly, the city has a very strong interest in having you all do your jobs effectively, and so I'd like to see this go through. I don't. So I think we have to thread a needle here, and so I think that sitting down and looking at the technologies might be a helpful part of that process.
How time sensitive is this? Tina had indicated that this was time sensitive. What are we talking?
I'll maybe Tina has some comment on that. I would say the next few weeks are going to be bad given, the site visit, and then you have the Thanksgiving holiday. We're probably looking soonest is probably December to sit down and maybe look at technologies and start looking at the MOU in earnest. We're probably looking at the beginning of December, quite frankly, just given where we are.
I have a question real quick. In what is the proposal? If you could just give me a quick, I know we're saying we're going to sit down, and I think that being a major part of IT, a few weeks is never good. It's never, ever good. Few weeks is never good. But anyway, what I wanted to ask you is, if not download, so if I go to a SharePoint, I'm not going to do any versioning. So I'm not going to take it, because if it's SharePoint type thing, then I would have to share with others and being able to look. Okay, so we're not going to do that. So what would be the advantage of being at evidence.com if we cannot download? So you have to imagine the amount of documents that we're looking at, which I didn't download because I have just computers everywhere, and I can look at it. But if I didn't download something that I really wanted to look at over and over again, what would I do if I was at evidence.com? What is the difference?
Evidence.com is a platform based for, it's not a document platform, so I want to be clear on that. So we probably are going to rely on SharePoint or some other platform for your paper evidence and other things. Evidence.com is the OBRD stuff primarily. So you're talking the lapel cam videos, and that's probably your highest data eating thing. It's probably the slowest thing when you click on it and you get the circle of death and you're waiting waiting for it to upload or whatever. But it's going to stream in, so it's not going to, it's not going to be a downloaded file. It's just going to stream in the video clip. Evidence.com has built into it a way that it just won't allow distribution. It's for your use, and I think it has safety measures in it so that we can go to people concerned and say, look, there's no way that they can share it. If they do, there's audit trails that we can follow to show that that people did it. So there's accountability measures. And so it's just going to be a better platform than this share-based business for everybody. It's going to be more efficient. It's going to be faster, I think.
And then one more quick question. If one streamed, does it remain streamed, or do you have to, if you close it and open up another, you have to continue to wait for the stream?
I think you click on the link. So it would almost be almost like Netflix almost, I guess. I mean, the easiest way to explain it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Gooch.
Chair Levis, Honorable Board, and Mr. Pacheco, I understand that we're busy, that there's a lot of things going on, but this has been something that's been on the board's agenda front and center since March. And I will make myself available for a Zoom call or to visit, whatever is necessary to keep this moving. But I can't imagine it would take more than 15, 20, even 30 minutes of Dr. Cass and I on a Zoom call with a screen share showing us what it is that we're talking about in the hopes that we can keep this moving. I know that it's not at the top of everyone's list, but it's at the top of my list because it's so important that this board gets access in a way that doesn't take city resources to do all the redactions and gets it in a timely fashion. I have no qualms about the fact that even if we on this meeting all agree that there's still other stakeholders and there's still other people that still need to weigh in. And so I would like to be the bottleneck. Maybe next week during the monitor visit, whatever time, whatever place, as long as Dr. Cass and I get some notice, we will be there and available. But we need to keep this moving. And if we need to get the other people involved with DOJ and stuff, I'm sure they can make availability too. They all have large teams that also believe this is important.
And I want to be clear, I do think it's important. I'm trying to just be realistic about what the time I can devote. I could very likely do the week of the 22nd, Thanksgiving week. Maybe that's probably the soonest I could do. I'd prefer an in-person just so that I can sit down and look at, go over the platforms. Certainly we can hash out the details, but frankly, next week is bad. I have to leave town for a family funeral. Following week is the site visit, so that puts me to Thanksgiving realistically. And that's just me being realistic and honest with you all.
And I would just note that from a logistics perspective of the board, if we're not going to take a position on this download issue tonight, the next realistic opportunity for the board to do that would be at our December meeting, which is December 9th. So I think that as long as this is something that you all can resolve well before then, ideally I would hope, I know that sometimes things come down to the wire, but I hope that we could not, have this meeting the day of kind of thing. But I think if you're talking the week of Thanksgiving, that would give enough time for Dr. Cass and Council Gooch to inform the board about what they've learned from that meeting, and then we could take a formal position at that time. So if we're not going to take action on it tonight, which it sounds like there's probably not enough information to do so, I think that's the next reasonable opportunity. Does that work for everyone?
And I'll be glad to I'll reach out to Ms. Gooch and Dr. Cass, and we'll figure out something. But I'd recommend probably an hour. Probably that early in that week would probably work just fine for us. So we'll set something up.
All right, we'll hold you to it. Thank you, Mr. Pacheco and Dr. Cass, Councilor Gooch, for all your work on this. If there's no further discussion here, I'd like to close this item and keep moving. Seeing none. Item D is the case review process and case review materials. Before I recognize Vice Chair Galloway, I want to explain briefly why this item is back on the agenda. I know that last month we had a similar item that the board didn't voted down. And the reason I put this back on the agenda is this is an item that is, unfortunately, I don't think it's something that we have the luxury of simply leaving away. This is something that is and has been prominently noted by the monitor multiple times as a key impediment to the agency and agency staff, and an issue which the board and the agency need to reach a consensus on, or there may be further involvement of the monitor or the DOJ in trying to help us resolve the issue. So I think that we need to continue to visit this issue and reach a compromise position that will assist the agency in reducing its the burden of some of these requests, uploading all of this material for every case, but also still provide members the opportunity to see the materials and view the materials that they deem necessary. So I think that Vice Chair Galloway has put together a little proposal on this, and I'll recognize her at this time.
Okay, so sorry, I'm sitting here dealing with technical issues. Change my view. I think probably the easiest thing to do would be to share my screen, if that's something that we can do, so everybody can read this. Sorry, Diane.
I was just saying you should have that capacity. It should be.
Oh, okay. Okay, so
Sorry.
that's okay. Let me figure it out over here. Share screen. All right, can you guys see this? Yes, okay, awesome. All right, so this has the language that started with Eric with a couple of minor, very, very minor changes to capture that OBRD video that we kind of talked about last month, and I think kind of was the deciding factor in us not changing the language in our policies. So what I've done is I've included an relevant OBRD video. And if multiple recordings of the same event are included as part of the investigations, only one video needs to be made available for board review. Diane contributed to this conversation as well. And the concern is kind of the subjectivity with relevant OBRD, right? And so one of the things that she had suggested was perhaps maybe the primary officer's OBRD be the one that is uploaded. There is some concern about, and Diane, please feel free to chime in here if there's anything that I am misrepresenting, okay? But some concern about sitting down with each investigator when the cases are being advanced to be given to the board, right? And deciding at that point what videos need to be included and having that conversation for each case file. And I think that there could be some internal processes, just noting at the time of the investigation, this is the video that should be uploaded, and providing that with the report. But having at least that primary officer's video, and then if there's something else that the investigator feels is relevant to their conclusions as they're coming to these cases, I have all the faith in the world that they can be, that they can be left to their own devices to decide what case video needs to be uploaded without it being too much. We still have our audit process that will occur. And so if there's any issues that come up, we can decide through the audit that is an issue and then take steps there. But I think the idea, and one of the things that I relayed to Diane, is that we don't need to let perfect be the enemy of good here. We need to make a change. We need to do something that is more manageable for the agency's time, while still providing the board with some comfort that we are receiving the information that we need to receive. And so that is the proposal here. Give us the relevant, we can change this language right now to say, instead of relevant OBRD video, we can say primary officer's video and any other video deemed necessary or pertinent by the investigator, things like that to kind of do this. But this is the direction that I think we need to go. So that.
Thank you, Vice Chair Galloway. Do we have any discussion or questions, comments from board members?
My comment would
Member
be
Ralph?
yes. Can you hear me? I agree with this. Tonight or earlier today, I watched 2 videos of somebody driving, and I don't know if they actually went to the scene or not, but I did watch them drive. So I agree. Not with relevant OBRD, but maybe it was the other words that you said. What else did you say to Chantel? Yes, yes.
Thank you, Member Ralph. Member Crawford?
Yeah, I don't necessarily have the full context on this issue, although I'm inclined to agree with Vice Chair Galloway that it would be great to kind of make some sort of decision on this so that we can move on. That said, I wanted to ask probably Vice Chair Galloway if I'm correct in understanding that the investigative report would not be included in what's normally sent to the board. And if so, if you could just expound on that a little bit as to how you came to that decision.
Yeah, no, I agree wholeheartedly, and I've kind of gone back and forth and probably would have made the recommendation that we include the investigative report. I was talking about that with Diane earlier today. I find that context to be extremely helpful in kind of understanding what's going on with the investigators' decision making. So I would absolutely advocate for also including the investigators' report to the executive director.
I have a question.
Yes, Member French.
Are we making this an action item? Has somebody made a motion to accept this? Have we had a motion to discuss this? I'm not sure. All I heard is that it was brought up last month and voted down, but I don't think this particular proposal was.
That's correct. I have not made a motion yet. I can if we need to continue conversation though, Chairwoman.
Yes, I think it's a good point of order that we do need some clarity on that. So if you'd like to.
So I'm going to pick it up from this point right here and say I move that we change the language in our policies and procedures wherever this falls. I'm sorry, I don't have the full thing, but surrounding this topic, agency finding letters, complaints, primary officer OBRD video will be made available for board review via live link no less than 5 calendar days after the director has approved the draft findings letter. If multiple recordings of the same event are included as part of the investigation, only one video need be made available for board review.
I'll second that. So thank you for the point of order there, Member French. So with that, I think we can continue discussion here. And I mean, it sounded to me like there may be the potential for an amendment there if there is a contemplation of adding the investigative report to that list. But I'll leave that up to you all if there's somebody that wants to make that motion.
So
Yes, Member French.
Chair, Member Galloway made the motion. Did somebody second it for discussion on this?
I did.
You
Yes.
did. Okay. So then I want to discuss on the last sentence, if multiple recordings of the same event are available, only one video need be made to the board. I agree, but sometimes videos are from different angles, from different officers. So I think we need clarification on which video that they need to send us. And I think I made this recommendation to Member Galloway, that somehow we have language in there that the video that was the most valuable to the investigator in coming to their findings or their conclusion be the one that we get. I think just saying one video, maybe that's not the video. There's 10 videos. Who decides which video we get?
And that was exactly Director McDermott's point, is that it's left, too much subjectivity is left to it, right? It's not clear. So if we call it the primary officer's video, and then I guess we didn't really include this, it probably still needs to be included from the last time, but I kept the language that Eric had presented, or Chair Olivas had presented last month, that board members may request additional supplemental materials from the agency investigative file via email request to the executive director no less than 10 calendar days prior to the board meeting at which the case shall be heard. So that leaves open the opportunity for any board member to request additional video if they feel like they want to see a different angle on any given incident. I feel it leaves that possibility open. Sorry, Diane.
Yes, Director McDermott.
So I just wanted to, kind of recap a little bit of the discussion that I had with Chantal. She accurately presented what some of my concerns were, is that I don't want to get into a situation of where we deem something relevant and then the board feels like they've missed something and therefore then is upset with the agency of not providing the material. So of course, when we provide everything, then of course you have the opportunity to decide for yourselves what is relevant and what is not. If you have to, Member Ralph's point, if you do have a video in which it's somebody driving or something like that, you do have the ability to sort of skim through it quickly. But of course, I am certainly saying uploading all of these videos takes a significant amount of time. I mean, I haven't done it myself yet, but I know I will be. So if we can adjust that, that's certainly preferable. Where the idea of primary officer came from was just my thinking of, in most cases, but I couldn't give you a percentage or how often, that primary video will probably cover whatever it is that we're discussing in this particular case. So that would at least potentially limit the numbers of videos that have to be uploaded and would avoid that subjectivity. I'm also looking to not have to have that conversation with the investigator each time. Certainly moving forward, it's possible to discuss that. So I'm not against like trying it and seeing how it would work out, but that's kind of just where we're coming from. My initial proposal, but whether or not, it works for you guys, is providing, since you already are getting the investigative report is summarizing those videos. So without any video being uploaded, you have the ability to know what those videos are showing. However, those are summaries, and I acknowledge that. So I don't know if it would be better to have the investigative report and then videos be requested. I know kind of a concern overall is having 9 separate individuals requesting all kinds of different things. That gets to be problematic when each member is, you know, emailing myself requesting this and another one's this. So that's also what I am trying to avoid, and a little bit of my concern with the language that was proposed, where board members may request additional supplemental materials. I think there needs to be a methodology of how that happens. Is that through the chair? Is that at a board meeting where they decide as a board? I would just like to see that clarified, because what I'm trying to avoid is 9 separate emails all wanting different things, same things, you know, because that gets to be very cumbersome. Did I respond to this person? Did I forget this person? We don't want to have that type of stuff happen. So that's just to give you a little perspective of where I'm coming from on it.
Well, I'm good with the primary officer's video. But as far as, I think what I've heard, there's been issues with board members having to wait until another board meeting and then getting approval of the entire board before they can request information. So I would definitely have a problem with that. But I'm good with the primary officer's video here, and a summary of what's in the other videos is fine with me.
Hattie, do you want to make a motion to amend?
Yes, I'll make that a friendly amendment if you'll accept it.
I will, if that's acceptable to everybody else.
So to be clear, that will be to essentially to add the investigator's report to this list of items that should be included in a standard case file being produced for board review.
May I interject here for a moment?
Yes.
So if I understand correctly, I believe Director Harness has already uploaded the investigative report. Is that correct? Let me just ask that first before I.
So yes, currently we get the entire case file. So that includes OBRD footage, the memo, findings letters, complaint, all the entire case file.
Okay, so the way I would say that is because I see in terms of what Vice Chair Galloway is currently typing up, there is not an existence of an investigator's memo to the executive director, which I presume is going to continue saying something about relevant video. So what I would be proposing is that you would be continuing to receive the investigative report as you already are. And in that investigative report, it does provide summaries for the videos. I definitely would have an issue of creating a new document for a file that doesn't already exist. So that's just what I wanted to clarify as we're typing this up.
Yeah, it's probably just my looking at it. Usually it says memo in the document, at least the one I'm thinking of. It will say memo to the executive director.
Generally, memos are only going to be for administratively closed cases, because we do write a memo to the executive director explaining our reasoning for that administratively closed case, because there aren't the other documents usually associated with it. So that may be what you're thinking of.
Probably.
But when it comes to a full case doesn't have that. Most often it's going to have the investigator's report. So that's just a clarification point there.
Perfect. Thank you, Diane.
And so I would just say investigators, to clean up your language here, and the investigative report is kind of all I would say, because again, it's not to me, it's
Got
just
it.
part of the case file. So
thank you.
Mhm.
To your other point about supplemental materials and how that's going to go, Chair Olivas, can you kind of reacquaint us with the conversations you were having with Executive Director Harness about this issue?
Yeah, so keep in mind the idea behind this is logistically from the agency standpoint and from our standpoint, we would no longer receive a monthly case link. We would have a live link. So essentially one link would always be active and would contain any case that had been recently approved by the director. I'm not sure that the terminology the agency uses for that, but a case that had been reviewed by the director and would be on the next meeting's agenda. And so I believe I have to look through here and see what the actual day range is, but I think it's 10 calendar days prior to the board meeting. Board members would need to notify the executive director of what additional materials they felt were warranted on what case. And then the executive director would have, would need to notify them within 24 hours of that being uploaded. Let's see here if there's other things here. So I think there's still that potential, as Director McDermott stated, for some duplicative requests or different requests. You know, one member wants video 2 and one member wants video 4, that sort of thing. And I guess, you know, part of the thing here is I just kind of wonder how common that will be. I can see where if that's something that 9 members are doing on, you know, this month we didn't have a ton of cases, but if you're doing it on 20 or 30 cases with a whole bunch of those requests, I can see where that would be really not a good process and may in fact be more time consuming than the current process. So I almost wonder if, as I think about this more, if a better solution is really, I wonder if it just helps the agency if we just narrow the amount of things that are in that usual case. So instead of this business with the live link and, you know, this sort of all of this stuff, if we were just able to narrow the amount of videos that we're asking for, and maybe even narrow the amount of materials that are going into those regular case files that we get, so that there's less things to upload and that sort of thing. And I think this does that, but I just wonder if we're making this a little more complicated than it needs to be now that I think about it more and you know, hear Director McDermott's point.
So in my mind, I feel like that's the attempt, and I may have misunderstood. I think I thought that was what was going on last month too, is it was to define, these are the things that are going to be provided to the board every month. If for some reason you as a member feel as though you need something else, you have to get that request to us by this point, and we will turn it around by this point. Otherwise, it's done, right? You've missed your opportunity. Thanks for playing. I thought that's what we were doing. That's certainly my intention, is to have now 4 pieces: the complaint, the findings letter, the primary officer, OBRD, and the investigator's report. Those would be the 4 things that would be uploaded into that live link. I think we can certainly, I think a couple of things. Number one, I think this isn't going to be an issue with an ordinance rewrite. I think that our case review is going to go away. So this is kind of a stopgap measure to reduce the amount of time that is put in by the agency to provide us with the materials that we think we need, right? In all honesty, I don't review every single piece of information. All those CAD reports, very, very seldom do I go back and look at those things. I don't know if everybody else is in the same boat, but I don't think those need to be uploaded. I don't think that I need to see 4 different angles of the exact same incident. I don't think that I need to see officers. I don't think I need to see officers who are going through their use of force interview with IAFD or their sergeant or whomever it is that they're meeting with, right? We care about the interactions with the public. We don't need to see the time that they're sitting in their car typing into their computer and IA Pro or whatever it is that they're doing, right? So it's that kind of thing, to get away from doing all of that and the onus of uploading all of that information. I don't think anybody's ever going to request those types of videos. We may ask for another angle on a specific time frame, but even with that, if the primary officer's video is the one that is by and large used, I think we're going to find that's going to be what we're going to use as well.
Chair Olivas, I will just say this is new. Okay, so let me just point of order. This is new language. This is not what we discussed. I mean, what we voted on last month, or else we're going to have to do a reconsideration. We did not say what we would and would not be getting last month. So to me, this is new language and new information. So I'm willing to talk about it. But I will say this, if we reduce what we receive and further than what's in here, I will not be able to vote for it, because I think this is giving us the minimum amount of information that we actually need, or should, and to make a decision or say we need more information. As far as multiple people asking the agency for more information and that being an issue for the agency, I say let's cross that bridge when we get there. I don't think, excuse me, I didn't know I'd stopped my video. I don't think that we need to discuss something that isn't an issue at this time. If this is what we want to do, let's try this. As you said last month, if it doesn't work, we can always change it. So I would say, let's go with what we have here and try it and not reduce it any more than what we already have. And Chair Galloway, you're right. I hadn't thought about that, but I don't look at the CADs either, because I really don't care what time you got dispatched. I don't care what time the call was closed. I don't care how many officers went to the scene. I don't review CADs either.
Just to respond to your point of order, yes, this is, I think we can deem this as substantially different language. And I would also add that a motion to reconsider can only be considered at the meeting which the item is noticed. So we would not be able to reconsider it at this meeting under my interpretation of Robert's rules. But I think that's a moot point, given this is a fairly substantial rewrite of that proposal. And I wasn't suggesting that we further reduce the amount of items that we're requesting or anything like that. And I do wholeheartedly agree with you. I think we can get too weedy here and start imagining every hypothetical that could go wrong. And kind of back to what Vice Chair Galloway said earlier, we have to have a little mutual trust here. And I think if there are issues that arise, if we can communicate quickly and freely between the agency, the director, and the chair and everyone involved, then we can hopefully quickly address that and figure out where those choke points are and fix that. So, Director McDermott.
Yeah, just one other little small point, just to let you know, when you have this here about only one video, there is that possibility. That's why I'm thinking just primary officer. If the officer kind of starts and stops the video, then you're going to need to have more than one as an example. So that's why I'm thinking maybe you leave that one video part out, because there is a potential that I'm going to have to upload to you, multiple videos because that officer happened to start and stop his video. So just a clarification on that particular issue.
So that would be removing all of this then, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And let me just clarify, because maybe it's wordsmithing, but multiple recordings of the same event to me are like, in the case of the preschool, there are 4 officers in the conference room recording the exact same thing at the exact same time, as opposed to what you may consider an event being a full start to finish call. even that may be.
Yeah, and that's where it gets to be, you know, again, it's that subjectivity thing. So that's why, I mean, I'm saying like, try this basically, that if the primary officer, so if you have a primary officer and a backup officer to call, and I'm going to upload all the primary officer's videos, and you have the opportunity to watch that primary officer. Now that officer may have some backup that's with him the entire time, and therefore that backup officer's video would be completely duplicative because it's the same exact thing from a different perspective. So that, you know, would give you your fair view. And that doesn't require me to have to ask the investigator, hey, you know, this relevant, that relevant, whatever. Now there are times when officers split and do have different things. Now that's where your investigative report is going to tell you that. And your investigative report, you read the summations of the videos. And if for some reason you see, oh, there's some critical thing I want to see from officer, you know, X that wasn't there, that isn't covered by the primary, then, you know, that's when you, I guess, would make that request at that time. And then that can be uploaded for you. I'm just trying to, like, you know, compromise in terms of finding the way of limiting it out without making it some sort of subjective choice on my part or on the investigator's part, because we don't want to deny the board, you know, videos that they do feel is relevant, or have some issue of how we're editing, you know, or thinking of things. So that's just kind of, but yeah, I think removing that last sentence clarifies it, because you may get multiple videos because the officer, you know, turned it off, turned it on, turned it off, turned it on.
So Diane, we kind of talked about it for a moment, but I want to go back. Primary officers OBRD video. What if we said in here, were any other video deemed necessary by the investigator?
Well, yeah, again, that's the language where it again becomes where it's requiring a conversation with the investigator. Hey, what's relevant? And that's a somewhat subjective choice. I mean, do I think that choice can be made, and is it pretty obvious to a lot of people? Perhaps, but you know, again, what we view as investigators potentially as relevant or a significant issue, you as board members may view in a different way. An issue that is not an SOP issue, you know, that we're addressing as an example, you may feel differently and want to, you know, create an SOP or something of that nature. So that's where I'm just trying to remove that subjectivity, and having to sit down with the investigator every time and say, okay, what do you think in all these different cases are the relevant videos versus the not? I suggest try this at least, see if this satisfies what your needs are. And then if you're finding significant numbers of cases where this isn't working for you, then we revisit this. So that's just my thought. It helps take the subjectivity out, but it does, you know, help limit that number of videos that have to be uploaded, and perhaps your time and review and things like that.
The only thing that I would say is I wouldn't want to limit an investigator from providing us with material that they feel like is necessary for us to look at by saying only the primary officers. So as long as we have some kind of mutual understanding that we're not going to turn down something that you and your staff feel like is significant, then I think I'm good with that and just leaving the language as is.
And I think taking that language out that you had there at the end about the one video probably accomplishes that. I mean, yes, if it is, I mean, I can't make promises, but obviously if there's something obvious that does strike us as, you know, would be relevant to the board's discussion, then, and, you know, we'd include it is all I can say on that, you know.
Right. So Chair Olivas and Tina, probably, when I made this motion originally, I didn't include the rest of the changes to the language. So I think I probably need to go back and amend my motion. Okay.
And
so,
I want to clear up here real quick, because I think we have what was referenced as a friendly amendment, and I'm not always sure how we deal with those. Do we need a vote on that, Tina? I remember being advised not to do those, but
Chair Olivas, I don't believe you need one for the friendly amendment in the format which this one is teed up.
Okay, then the floor is open if you'd like to make a motion.
So I'd like to adjust my motion if it's okay with Member French and her friendly amendment to just go on ahead and read this whole thing as it will be, and let that be the change, if that's okay. So it would then read, upon the director's review and approval, findings letters will be sent to complainants only after board members individually review complaints and finding letters and approve of the agency's findings at a properly noticed meeting. Agency finding letters, complaints, primary officer, OBRD video, and the investigator's report will be made available for board review via a live link no less than 5 calendar days after the director has approved the draft findings letter. Board members may request additional supplemental materials from the agency investigative file via email request to the executive director no less than 10 calendar days prior to the board meeting at which the case shall be heard. The executive director and or his or her designee shall notify the requesting board member of the availability of requested materials within 24 hours of upload. All questions, concerns regarding complaint findings and supplemental materials must be received by the executive director no later than 2 business days prior to the board meeting at which they are to be considered by the board. So that's the actual motion to adjust our language to this.
Director McDermott.
And just this is a point of clarification that I may not know because I'm not super familiar with this yet, but the whole live link thing. I know what I was shown was that SmartLink, I upload things and then at some period of time it expires. So this, the language may be fine. I'm going to need some clarification on how that technologically works and if that will work. So I'm just throwing that out there now so that you can, decide about how you want to do your language.
I think being that I had something to do with that conversation with Ed about this, I think that as long as the board is given that 10 calendar day period or more to review those materials and potentially request additional materials, the existing format of how you were shown to do this with the SmartLink would continue to satisfy what this means. It's just making sure that that link goes out at least 10 days before the meeting.
Okay, then it might be good to adjust that language where it talks about via live link no less than 5 after approval and just put that 10 days prior to the meeting or something along that line. Because that wouldn't match up what you have written here as far as I understand it. So. Our current practice apparently doesn't match up with this,
I see what you're saying. Yeah, and I think that potentially that entire that last sentence there about no less than is probably not needed given what section B says. Member Crawford?
Yeah, I think that I would support removing the word live here so that we don't kind of get stuck in a conflict with the rules over that. I don't like how it works right now with a new link every month, but I think that's probably a discussion to have with city IT maybe, and not something that we can fix by amending our rules. So.
I would propose an amendment to strike really everything after board review. So I would make an amendment to strike via from section A via a live link no less than 5 calendar days after the director has approved a draft findings letter.
Yes, I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any debate on the amendment? Seeing none, Ms. Butterlow, would you please call the roll?
Member Crawford?
Yes.
Member French?
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
Member Ralph.
Yes.
Thank you. That amendment passed 6-0.
Is there any further debate or comments on this motion, Dr. Cass?
Well, I just wanted to point out that striking that language was good because the way it read, the director would never have to provide, the agency would never have to provide this information.
I agree. Anything further here? Are we ready to move to a vote? And I think I really commend Vice Chair Galloway for her work on this. And I think as we've said multiple times over the last several months, this is something that we've got to view with a little bit of grace and a work in progress. So if there are hiccups, I think we're just going to have to be patient with the agency and the agency vice versa with the board, and we can work together to work through any issues this creates inadvertently. I don't think any of us mean to create issues. I think the intention here is to save time and save effort while still providing enough information to view these cases. So with that said, Ms. Barelo, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
Member Ralph.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 6-0.
Thank you. And as usual, I believe we delegate these issues as far as changing language in our policies and procedures to our board attorney. So Ms. Gooch, that item on your list. The next item here, we have ordinance changes and related public input, item E. I really don't have anything new on this, and I wanted to add here that for the future meetings, as we work through this, I believe I'll change the sponsor of this to Member French, since her subcommittee is taking the lead on this. But since we do have this on the agenda tonight, I do want to reiterate to the public or anyone that may be watching and to board members that given this is still very much a live ball here, as Mr. Sylvan indicated earlier in the night, this is expected to be a fairly lengthy process. So the board and the city council as well want your input and need your input in order to make this a better ordinance and a better process. So public input's always welcome on this, and we did receive some input on this earlier tonight, I believe, in a public comment. So that is available for board members. And I wanted to add one comment that I had in regards to the ordinance. As I was working on another item, I realized that one change that I think we'll need to point out to city council that they will need to make if the proposed changes are made in such a fashion as they're proposed. This currently largely removes the board from the review process we currently know with CPC complaints, agency complaints. But one item that was not removed in tandem with that was the provision that complainants be provided with time at the meeting to present their case or present their complaint to the board. That would no longer be needed or relevant, given that the board would not be considering those complaints. So I think that the sponsors of that amendment would likely need to make that change to strike that language, so that in this case, the board would be hearing from complainants about cases it has no jurisdiction over. Yes, Ms. McDermott.
Just a point of clarification, I believe that particular item is not a part of the ordinance. I think that is something that you had put into your rules and procedures, but it is not actually an ordinance requirement. So there wouldn't necessarily need to be that. You'll just have to revise your rules and procedures for some of those various things that wind up being conflicting at that point, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe I thought so as well. And in my review of the ordinance, it's actually in there. I can't point to the exact section right at the moment, but I flagged it in my paper highlights of an area that needed to be worked on. Yes, Ms. Gooch.
You're correct then.
Chair Levis and Director McDermott, it's section 9-4-1-5. Letter, oh, hold on. I-1. And it talks about public comment, and the last sentence of that section says, the complainant or complainant's authorized representatives in a citizen police complaint will be provided with a minimum of 5 minutes to address the board relating to the complaint and investigation. So it's hidden, but it is there.
Thank you. I apologize. I must have missed it at some point as well. So thank you for the correction.
But otherwise, that's really all I've got, and just kudos to the case review subcommittee. And I don't know, Member French, if you have anything else you want to add here, but I think you included that in your report as well.
Yes, we are talking and addressing all those issues. We will let the board know. I think you'll be surprised at what we talked about and what we're going to come to the full board with.
Great, looking forward to that. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, we can close that out. Consideration of communication to City Council and stakeholders on the CPOAB direction and future. Vice Chair Galloway.
So I really thought that I was going to be ready for that at this meeting, but I'm just not. So if we can table that until next month, Chair Levis, with my apologies.
Not a problem. This is just a brief background on this so that everybody's aware of what this is Vice Chair Galloway and I have been working on going through the last several monitors reports, looking at various comments that the monitoring team has made about the agency and about the board. And we've also been looking at the ordinance, the current ordinance, and what it charges the board, the director, the agency, et cetera, with doing. And so we've basically been trying to take all of those factors into sort of at this point, a matrix, making a spreadsheet on that, to use that really in sort of combining several issues we have going on. Obviously, we have the appointment of the new executive director. We have changes contemplated to the ordinance, and we've had some preliminary discussions on long-term planning and goal setting for both the board and the agency. And so kind of using all of that data and that input that we have and have received to try and reach an overall statement of sort of what our goals and our future looks like. So it's something we're working on, and hopefully we'll have more on that soon. So we will move that item to the next meeting.
Charlie, are you going to motion to table? Or
I don't believe we need one, given that there's not an action item on it. Well, it does say consideration, but I think we can.
Okay,
we can move that to the next meeting. Item G is consideration of the 2022 Executive Director's Evaluation Tools. This is my item. This is an item coming out of the Personnel Subcommittee for recommendation of board approval. You all have received these evaluation tools in your board packet. They include surveys that are sent out to the board, the staff, and the executive director, as well as a matrix, sort of guidance on how that matrix works, and basically all the materials that are required to implement the 2022 evaluation. They are, I believe, identical to the 2021 evaluation tools that were approved with slight modifications. So these are the modified version. And I would make a motion that we adopt the findings of that we adopt these evaluation tools for the 2022 Executive Director's Evaluation. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, Ms. Barela, could you please call the roll?
Yes. Member Crawford?
Yes.
Member French?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Olivas?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Ralph?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 6-0.
Thank you. That concludes item G. Item H is consideration of proposed timeline and process for the CPOA director appointment. This is an item also coming out of the Personnel Subcommittee with recommendation for board approval. I'd like to share my screen at this time to show you what I have here. Just a moment. Sorry, opening the wrong things here. Okay. Can everyone see this? So this is the process as proposed in the subcommittee at the subcommittee level. And this should have been in your board packet. This was formulated in conjunction with input from our legal counsel, city HR, city legal, and of course our subcommittee members. So really this is just an effort. This obviously there's a number of asterisks down here which really sort of define that this is a best guess or a best wishes process. There's all kinds of things that could come up and cause delays or hiccups otherwise, but this basically lays out where we are now. We're currently at this point here, 11-4, board votes on process and timeline, which is what this is proposed to do. We have in here current director resignation, the interim appointment beginning, the ad in the state bar. So we've requested that this be advertised in the state bar, begins on the 10th of November. The position is currently being advertised in NACOL. That went live on the 8th of October. The Personnel Subcommittee will meet again at the end of November 29th, where the intention is to recommend supplemental questions and interview questions to the full board, which will be considered at our December meeting. We're recommending that we close applications on the 10th of December. That will give exactly 1 month for the state bar ad to run and a little over 2 months for the NACOL ad to run, and noting the position's been open since I believe it was August 12th. So position's been open for some time on the city website, and these ads will have run for a decent amount of time. Obviously, I think we like more, but the purchasing process has just delayed things to such an extent. All applicants moving through the HR screen. So HR does a preliminary screening to make sure that they meet the basic qualifications for the position. All applicants moving through that screening would then get the supplemental questions, which the board has approved in theory at its meeting on the 9th. On the 17th, the final applications would be received from HR to the personnel chair, and the chair distributes all applications to the board. And those will be distributed as they come in, but this will be the final deadline for distributing any that may have been received near the end. By the 22nd, supplemental questions will be, there will be a final deadline for supplemental questions due to the personnel chair. Again, distribute those to the board. And on the 27th, personnel subcommittee will meet to vet the applicants in closed session. This is looking at specific applications, so we'll be dealing with names and individual qualifications. On the 6th, there will be a special meeting for the a special meeting to review the top 10 applicants recommended by the subcommittee, and the board would choose its top applicants or potentially choose to use a different pool of top applicants. The board would have access to all applicants, and that would be announced in open session. On the 7th, invitations would be sent to whatever top applicants were chosen. Contemplated here, it could be anywhere from 5 to 8, could be less, could be more. That's a number in flux. Invitations would be sent to those individuals for interviews. Interviews would occur on the 11th of January in a special meeting for interviews. And at that point, the board would meet in closed session for its choice of its top three. On the 13th, the board would have its regular meeting where the board would make its final decision by ranked choice of that list of applicants or from that list of applicants. And on the 14th, that appointee and the ranked list would be submitted to City Council for City Council action. And the last item noted in here is that the interim executive director appointment would expire May 15th. So just brief highlights here. This gives 4 months for the City Council to consider the appointment on their end. Again, best case scenario. The process doesn't account for salary negotiations or any other issues that could come up once an applicant is chosen and potentially offered the job, but I believe that 4-month period does offer some time for that process to occur. The human resources process at the city, which occurs post council appointment, so after council takes final action, can take 60 days or more. So in this process, while we're saying that City Council has 4 months, in reality, this allows about 2 months for council action, given the need for at least 2 months to move through HR processing. And lastly, just stating that this will need to be flexible. This is sort of our best guess, our best effort to fast track this process and move this as quickly as we can, but we'll have to be flexible. So with that being said, I would like to make a motion to adopt this proposed timeline and process as drafted.
I'll second.
We have a second. That moves us into discussion of this. Dr. Cass.
Yes, what is the minimum number of applicants that you would consider necessary for the process to move forward when the applications close on December 10th?
I guess you're asking for an opinion. It's not really obviously we have no control over that. I have no control over that, but I think, you know, ideally the most applicants we can get is better. More applicants are better. This sort of contemplates a top 10, which obviously would contemplate more than 10. I don't know if that's realistic, but I think we will basically have to see what we get. I really can't guess as to what a realistic number is.
Well, my question gets at how would the process work if we had 4 applicants, say 5 applicants, 6 applicants? You know, would you want to reopen the posting, or at what point? You know, at what point would that happen? Because I think a cursory review may say that of the half a dozen applicants we have, they're not. We don't think we have a good representative qualified field to choose from. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what the fallback position is here.
Well, again, I think, that's sort of that last caveat there. We have to be flexible, and, this is sort of a best case scenario process that's laid out here. That may not be the case that we get that. So I think we'll have to be flexible, and that'll have to be a decision that we make and amend this as needed. So I think it's possible we could reopen that. That's not out of the question. But I would say that the further issue really becomes what ends up happening with the 6-month interim appointment. I don't know if we've ever gotten into a situation where that was needing to be extended. I don't believe Tina, correct me if I'm wrong here, I don't know if the ordinance contemplates what happens at that point or where we go from there. I think there's a case to be made for, okay, maybe that would need to be something we request or look into, but that's a ways down the line. But it's a good point, I think. Yes, Director McDermott.
I don't know if it would affect your timeline at all, but I did want to share some communication, and this seems like the best place to do it. that I received from the Community Policing Council, some of the individuals on that grouping. The questions that they had is that would the CPC members have input on the selection criteria? Would the CPC members have an opportunity to interview the candidates, and would they be on the selection committee? And I know the ordinance, of course, never contemplated the community policing councils. It wasn't a part of it, but now that they are under the CPOA, then there does need to probably be some strong consideration about their roles in this. So it's just kind of to let you know that that's the concerns and questions that I've already received. So again, it may not affect your timeline, but it certainly does affect your people and your parties and things like that. I just wanted to bring that up, and it seemed like the best place to do it.
Thank you, Director McDermott. And I would just offer that maybe we consider that in the next item, since it's somewhat more, I don't know, it's supplemental questions and interview questions. So I think it kind of goes more to sort of who's involved in that selection process or what kinds of questions get asked from who. I would ask that we kind of hold off on that for a moment here as we talk about the process, but I think that's a relevant point that needs to be brought into the discussion later. Any further comments or questions on this item, the proposed timeline and process? Again, I think it's something we'll, as Dr. Cass has raised a good point, there's a lot of things here we do not have control over. The first one will likely be what size and what qualifications of an applicant pool we get. We have no control over that really. So we'll see. And after that, there's a number of other places where we lose control of the process, for example, when it goes to City Council or when it goes to HR. So we'll have to be flexible, but seeing no further debate on this item, Ms. Borrella, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Member Crawford?
Yes.
Member French?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Olivas?
Yes.
Member Rell?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 6-0.
Thank you. And then this takes us to our next item, development of supplemental questions and interview questions for the CPOA director appointment process. And what I was going to lead this off with is really that this is meant to be an announcement item, that this is something that the board is, or I should say the subcommittee is really working on behalf of the board, developing a list of interview questions and supplemental questions for applicants and for public interviews, and to guide this process that we've now adopted. So what I really wanted to do here is announce to the public and to all stakeholders involved, staff members, CPCs, everyone involved here, that we welcome input on what these questions should look like, what kinds of questions and qualifications need to be highlighted and asked of potential candidates for the position. And so the subcommittee will act as a clearinghouse for all of that. Certainly those questions or your proposals can be submitted to anyone on the board or to the board email at large, but really directing those things to the personnel subcommittee, I think, can help get those organized and allow us to consider all of those holistically. And I would say the same thing for board members as well. It would be really helpful for us if board members could submit their input on what kinds of questions or specific items they feel they would like to see considered in that process. And really, this gets, you can be as global as you want or as specific as you want. This can be asking individual candidates a specific question. For example, we've had discussions about, in the subcommittee level, about making sure that we're asking candidates about issues that are raised in the IMR reports. There's a number of issues going back over several iterations of that. What candidates would do to remedy a specific issue that's been raised. But I think you can you can make them much more global than that or much more specific than that. So just throwing out ideas there, but I think it'd be very helpful if we can collect as much input as possible and make as large of a list as possible so that we have a really deep pool to pull from, and then we're able to consider and adopt the best of those. And certainly we'll make sure that all of those questions are made available to the full board, or all of those points, statements, whatever we receive. But then I think that the intention is for the subcommittee to propose their recommended list or their recommended hierarchy of that. So I'll leave that the items open if anybody wants to address that or talk about that. As Director McDermott said, we've gotten a little bit of input that's already been made from the CPCs. I hope we get more, but I think that's a good place to start. If there's no input from anyone now, I'll just encourage you all, help us out, send us some guidance, what your key issues are, or what your key considerations are in that process, and what kinds of questions you want to ask. Yes, Vice Chair Galloway.
So it's not the questions thing, but I do think that it would be good to have the conversation about who's going to be involved in this process. And I don't know if tonight is appropriate or if we should address that another time, but I think that the CPCs certainly have a strong case. I think making sure that the staff has a voice in this process and contributes more than just a member at large, like a member of the public at large. I think it's really important that they have a good sense and feel and approval of the person that's going to be leading their agency. There may be individuals from the DOJ or from City Council that want to have a say, and I don't want to make this so big that it's unmanageable, but I do think that that's important, and that we need to have a game plan as to who those key stakeholders are going to be that are always seated at the table for this conversation, this decision.
Yes, Member French.
I agree, but I think that when it comes to the interview panel, et cetera, that you can make it so that it's almost an impossible task. I understand that everybody feels like they should have a seat on the panel or interview process, but I think you did it right. Send their questions because I do agree that the staff and CPC should have some input as the questions, but I think, unless I'm wrong, the big difference here between us and CPC is that the director reports to us. He actually works for us. The director oversees them. There's a huge difference in that. And so I'm not saying exclude them, but I think that the staff, because he oversees them also, and CPC should definitely have input on the questions, et cetera, and who they'd like to see. But when it comes to the interview panel, I think it should be the ones that he reports to. And that would be the personnel subcommittee or whoever you deem on that interview panel.
Yeah, and I think it's like one point that you raised, Vice Chair Galloway, was involving City Council in this, and I, my sort of issue with that is they get the ultimate say. They're really the ones that make this appointment. We recommend a list, and they can reject the whole list and ask us to find another candidate. So it's not to say that I want to exclude them. I think that input is important and valuable and valid, but it's sort of like Member French said, you can make that list way too long, and all of a sudden you have 20 people trying to decide on something very complicated. And so there's a balance to be struck there, and I think the first side of that is just sort of deciding what that mix of questions looks like. And obviously, some of that has to do with management of the agency. Some of that has to do with working with the CPC. Some of that has to do with working with City Council. And then some of that has to do with working with the board. And so there's kind of a lot of pillars there that we need to make sure that our questioning and consideration takes account of. And so it's going to be a delicate balance to strike. But I think the first step of it is just getting a clearinghouse together of all that information and all those questions, all those wants and needs, and then going from there. Yes, Vice Chair Galloway.
I don't disagree with any of that. Even when I said DOJ and City Council, like as it was leaving my mouth, I'm going, that's probably not who, but not who all the time has a seat at the table. But I do think that we need to make a commitment as a board that the staff and the CPC will have a seat at the table for vetting these questions even. I mean, this is their every day. This is our maybe 2 or 3 times a week if we're super busy with the CPC for a very finite amount of time, or for the CPOA. And I think for the CPCs, there's not enough, I don't know, there's been some heartburn over the idea of them coming in under the CPOA anyway, that I can see this as being a goodwill gesture and partnership confirmation that we are all in this together. And I really feel pretty strongly about those two in particular, and that we make a commitment to those two groups that they will be a part of this conversation and not just as peripheral entities. I do feel pretty strongly about that. I'm sorry.
Yes, Member French, and then Dr. Cass.
Then I suggest that, you know, someone sends something to them, telling them what method that and who to send it to. If they want to send the questions to the entire board, or if they just want to send it to you or the personnel subcommittee, and then you send it out to the entire board, doesn't make me any difference about the process. But since I do believe that the staff and the CPC should have their questions heard, or at least reviewed, then give them a method, get it out to them, and get it done. I don't see this as something that should be a major hill we're trying to climb. All we're saying is we value your input, get it to us.
And I'll certainly commit to that, to making sure that communication goes out. I think I personally extended that communication to the staff at the personnel subcommittee meeting, and Director McDermott indicated that they'd be working on kind of getting I don't know what to call it, a position or a list ready to submit if they so choose, and that doesn't, they don't have to either. And I'll certainly make sure that I reach out and get some communication to the CPC Council of Chairs to make sure that they're invited to that meeting. I think that one of the key meetings, there's a couple, but one of those would be the personnel subcommittee meeting at the end of this month on the 29th, where I think that, it'll be a smaller group discussion, but I think that'll be where we'll be able to really take a lot of input and, really vet some of those things and concerns that are brought to us. And then again, at the December meeting, the meeting of the board on the 9th. So I think that for interested parties, staff, CPCs, anyone else, members of the public, those are really key dates to get us your input. We want your input. I think that's something that everybody here has expressed tonight. And I certainly want to relay that to everyone listening. And I'll take the extra step of reaching out to CPCs. And I think it's very clear to staff, but I'm happy to send an email to staff as well. Yes, Dr. Cass.
Yes, I just recommend that the personnel subcommittee dig into the archives and find out what the process was that was followed the last time, that 6 years ago. So that information must exist somewhere within CPC or the CPOA. So I just think that that's valuable information, because I know that a similar process was certainly followed.
And I neglected to say that in my introduction of item H, our legal counsel produced a lot of documents detailing the process, and the process that we just approved is also based on that process that was conducted before. And so I neglected to say that, but that was really the template for it that was created or modified by Beth Moore at that time. And I'm sure there's a number of other people that participated in that. And then the next step will also be to look through that more carefully at what kinds of questions and that other side of the process. So that's a great point, and I don't want to seem like that's been glossed over in any way. We did consider that. Thank you. Anything else on this item? So please, board members as well, make this high on your list of getting your input and your questions to me so that I can keep track of all of those and get that list going so that we have a master list of all of that. I'll go ahead and conclude this item, item I. Item J is also my item, board member responsibilities. New member training requirements. We do have new member Crawford and several members that, and also member French that's within her 6-month training requirement period. So I know that you all are aware of what's required to be completed and are working on it, or in many cases have already completed some of it. I know member French has, I think, largely completed most of the new member training requirements. So kudos to you for doing that. And member Crawford, you're pretty new here, but I just encourage you to take care of that as quickly as possible so that we stay in compliance with that. And I think that we all know it makes us better board members to be properly trained and aware of those things. The 8-hour annual training requirement for existing board members, the period for that will end in December 31st. That's also the end of the next IMR period. So board members need to have completed essays for their required 8-hour annual training. If you've attended NACOL, if you've attended the online NACOL, that'll require 6 essays, 1 for each of the 1.5-hour sessions. So please get those submitted to Director McDermott as soon as possible so that we can make sure that everyone's in compliance with that requirement on or before the end of this next IMR reporting period, which also coincides with the end of the calendar year. Email communications. This is an item that I've brought up in the past before periodically, but really just a friendly reminder to board members, please make sure that you're checking your city email relatively frequently, especially around the time of board meetings. But we don't have any way of enforcing this, and there's really no formal requirement, but it's really just a request, a friendly request to help support the efforts of the board and make sure that you're logging into email, checking emails, and keeping up with things so that your input can be had and that you're aware of everything that's going on. And the last item on here really ties in with the first item here. The board does have a member review process, and one of the points of that process that was voted on and introduced by Dr. Cass and voted on and adopted by the board was to make sure that our board members were compliant with all of the requirements set forth in our policies and procedures, as well as the ordinance and the CASA. And we have several members that are not in compliance with training requirements. There has been a lot of notice given to board members. Frequently, every meeting I bring this up, and I believe that there's plenty of email chains and other things that have gone on as well, communicating the need to complete training in a timely manner. And so this is really a last request to members to please complete your training as required. New members have 6 months from their date of appointment. We have 2 new members that have not completed all of their training within the 6-month training period. I would really suggest that needs to be completed as soon as possible so that we can remain in compliance as a board with our training requirements. I know that there have been mistakes in the past, and there have been issues with recording when trainings are occurring and all those sorts of things. But really, this is an issue that's under a microscope with the DOJ, with the monitor, the city attorney, the city council. And this is not an issue that as a board we can continue to ignore. It's a requirement that's laid out in the ordinance very clearly. If you're not able to complete your training as required, you need to communicate very clearly why you are not completing that training. what issues you're encountering with that, and when you expect to complete that training. And if you're unable to do it for personal reasons or other reasons with not having time for the position, I would just really suggest on an individual level that you consider whether your service on the board is something you can continue to do. We all come to this with different reasons for wanting to do this work and serve our community here, but it's important that we all remember that these requirements were laid out when we signed up, and it's our responsibility to make sure that we individually complete these requirements within the timelines allowed, and in those rare exceptions where that's not able to occur, communicate very clearly why those are not occurring. So that's really all I have on this, unless there's other questions or comments. Yes, Dr. Cass.
There is a comment. Oh, sorry.
Yes, Dr. Cass, and then Member Ruff.
I just wanted to mention that if you want to look at the proposed ordinance changes that the council has put on the table, it's in the language now to automatically terminate members if they do not complete their training after the prescribed time, including a grace period. There's also a change that would reduce the number of meetings missed unexcused from 3 to 2 before members are automatically removed from the board. So the council is serious about this. Whether those changes occur or not, sort of doesn't matter. It just indicates that they're concerned about this problem, and I think that's just more reason for us to pay attention.
Member Ruff.
Yes, I like to beg to differ with your statement that we were all given notice at the beginning of the training. I'm sure I'm more than confident that maybe perhaps the last 2 additions to the board have been given more information, but I have, when it comes down to me personally, I was not aware of the testing. When I met with the director, he gave me an immediate testing and told me that I would be notified when the other testing was due. I did not receive my laptop for at least 2 months. For whatever reason, I didn't even know I was supposed to get one. This was not lined out for me. I'm not giving an excuse because I'm a very responsible person, but I will not also allow anyone to think that I am just skipping training because that's what I like to do. So I'm stating, and I will put it in writing, and if I have to answer, or if I'm terminated from the board, so then it will be so. But I want it known that I was not onboarded onto this board in a timely manner, in a manner of giving me what I was supposed to do. The subcommittees, the commitment, this was not outlined in the beginning in a manner that I would expect so that I could then make my decision if I wanted to be a part of this board. I think that I'm only speaking for myself. I'm not speaking for any other member, but I will put this in writing. I will do my training as much as I can. But again, even if I'm terminated, please, for any other members that are placed on this board, as a board, you have to be more responsible. If you're going to reprimand the board members, make sure you have given them the tools that are needed to be onboarded. If it wasn't for Member Galloway, I'm telling you, I would still be lost. But she took out time, and we went to Starbucks, and she sat down with me and explained items to me that really should be in writing. It should be some way that these things should be explained to me. I wasn't told how to download files, or not even download files, but how to look at files. I was just expected to go into Outlook and figure it all out. So I want it known to the public and anyone else that if you're going to onboard new members, before you reprimand, make sure that you have done what you need to do to onboard a member correctly. I was not onboarded correctly. Thank you.
Yes, Vice Chair Galloway and then Member French.
Sorry. I just want to, Elizabeth, I see you chiming in here, and I do want to just kind of from my perspective as well, relay that problems that occurred in the past, I think are on the road to being corrected. And that is not only the work of this board, it's also the work of Chris Sylvan at City Council. But when I was not onboarded onto this board, nobody said the same thing to me. I didn't know about the ordinance. I didn't come into this knowing about the ordinance. I didn't come into this knowing about the CASA. I didn't come into this knowing about case review. I was lost for months and months before this. And that was when the conversation about developing an onboarding process began. Unfortunately, the opportunities that we've had to be able to onboard and practice an onboarding process have been few and far between over the last 3 years. And I think that we've tried every time that we've received a new board member. I think that what was provided to Chair Olivas and to Member Armijo Pruitt was substantially more than what I received when I started. And I think that what members Ralph and members Johnson received was substantially improved upon what members Armijo, Pruitt, and Chair Olivas received. And I think Jesse is coming into this like with a whole new lease on life for this thing. So I think there needs to be a little bit of grace as to what outsiders expect was done, was not. I think that the attempts to improve the process are working. And I would hope that those factors would be considered by City Council, by the DOJ, and by the monitoring team. We're kind of in the process of building this airplane as we fly because there was no structure. There is no structure in place. I agree. Now that we're all on here, we need to step up. We need to do that. That is what we are actively doing. That is what we are doing. But it doesn't happen overnight. This is a complete and total paradigm shift, and we are making the efforts to do that. So I would hope that the powers that be and the parties that are interested would help us in this process and not criticize it only.
Member French, Member Crawford, and then Member Ralph.
I just want to say that I don't remember really being told that I had to take all of this, what this was required when I met on my first meeting. I don't remember that either, but I remember getting the email from Chair Olivas saying, you have not completed these classes and they're on the share drive, et cetera, et cetera. So, I jumped on board. I had read the ordinance and maybe I had an unfair advantage because I had worked for APD, so I was familiar with the CASA when it first was done and that sort of thing. But I will agree that people from the outside don't have that advantage. But I will say this, that once he sent me that email and I did want to be in compliance, I spent that weekend reading and going over everything that I could that was on that share drive. So that's how I caught up with mine. And I had asked about the Citizen Police Academy. And so you've already taken that, Member Ralph. So that's what I'm taking now. I'm setting up my ride-alongs because I don't want to get behind on that. So I'm just saying, I think, in fact, I know Member Ralph is right. We aren't told this when we first start. What is required, what our timelines are. We're told about the share drive. And I guess that's where we're supposed to go on there and read all this and do all this for ourselves. Unfortunately, I didn't do that either. So I spent a weekend reading, writing, making notes of everything that was on that share drive. So that's how I caught up with mine so quickly.
Member Crawford.
Yeah, I just wanted to first voice my appreciation for Chris Sylvan, which to address Ms. Martinez's question, he's with city government. I forget his title. He's with the neighborhood liaison office or something like that. But he basically required that I read the ordinance and the relevant sections of the CASA before I, went any further in the consideration process. So hopefully if we keep that up going forward, that'll be really helpful. I did still feel like there is not a lot of good material that's available to applicants early in the process. So there might just be an opportunity there. This might fit with what Vice Chair Galloway has been working on, to prepare something from the board that will be available to prospective applicants, just to explain things in a little more depth, because it's difficult to piece together right now, as I think everyone has noticed what exactly the requirements are, and especially what the process is for some of them.
Member Ralph?
Jesse? To address Ms.
This is
Martinez.
Elizabeth Martinez.
Respectfully.
And I have been
I was
with
speaking.
Miss Martinez, if we could let Member Ralph speak, and then I'll have you speak. Thank you.
Ms. Martinez, to be respectful to you, to where you said that we need to step up. I believe I said that in my statement, that I was going to work at stepping up. And I want you to understand I'm a very responsible adult, and that I am a professional in my position. I do work a full-time job, and I'm also a pastor of a church. And I came on this committee, and I actually put in an application for this board years ago. But I served on the CPC, which probably messed me up, because I did not have to do this type of training to be on the CPC. When I came on, maybe it was my personality, maybe it was my smile, but I was not even told that I had to read the CASA before I came on. So I want you to know that I want you to realize that I did say that before you wrote it, that I will step up and that I will do the training that is necessary to, I'll try my best to catch up and have it done in time, as Chair Olivia's, gave for our annual training.
Yes, Miss Martinez.
Yes. Jesse Elizabeth Martinez from DOJ. I have been a part of this process from before the time that there was a CASA, from 2011. So yes, I know Chris Sylvan. I've known Chris Sylvan for years. I have been a part of this process from the time parents with sons and brothers and other relatives came forward to the U.S. Attorney's Office and asked for DOJ to initiate an investigation into officer-involved shootings and into uses of force by APD. And I was part of getting the Department of Justice to initiate a pattern or practice investigation. So I am very familiar with this process. I know people like Eric Olivas because he was part of the very beginning of this process with the Community Policing Council. I know Bill Cass because he was part of the advocates who called on DOJ to begin this process. This is a very important agency to me and to this community. And the reason I inquired about Chris, where is Chris Sylvan, is because I would like to know that people like Chris Sylvan sit in on these whole meetings, because 11, 12 years later, I sit in on all of these meetings throughout the entire meetings because that's how important they are to me. I don't just sit in and listen or for my part of the report. I sit and listen to the entire meeting because it's important to the Department of Justice and it's important to the Albuquerque community. And because it's important to the CPOA and it's important to the staff of this agency. That's why I asked, where is Chris Sylvan? I appreciate that Chris onboarded you in the way that he did, because it appears that other people on this board have not been onboarded in the same way. And that's a shame. And I hope that going forward, that doesn't happen. Because we shouldn't have board members coming onto this board not knowing what their basic responsibilities are, not knowing what the requirements are under the consent decree, not knowing what the requirements are under the ordinance. This is a critically important board. And we've heard it repeatedly that this is perhaps one of the most important boards for the city government. And that's why month after month, more than 10 years later, I sit in on every single one of these meetings if I possibly can, and I sit in for the entire meeting. And so I thank all of you because you do such important work. And I appreciate you all so very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Martinez. Really appreciate your words there. And I really don't know how to follow that, but I think that you know, going back to what Vice Chair Galloway said is, and some of what Ms. Martinez said here is, we've got to get a better process here. I think that we're getting closer. Things are hopefully getting better, and I think that can somewhat be evidenced by Mr. Crawford's onboarding. You know, one of the things that I would say to Member Ralph and other members that may have not been aware of the requirements is one of the key places for that is the ordinance, and the fact that new members were not encouraged to read the ordinance when they were onboarded is a significant problem, and that's something that I think, you know, needs to be addressed before the process ever starts, because that's something that every member needs to understand, or every applicant needs to understand. Frankly, you shouldn't get to the point of being a member and then realize that you have these training requirements. So I really appreciate your commitment tonight, Member Ralph, to catching up on these things. I think that we all understand that there's a number of factors there that you know, really disadvantage you in this situation, and I hope that the powers that be will recognize that and help move this along, and anything that we can do or that I can do personally to help you in that endeavor, please reach out and let us know. And certainly I think one of the most valuable things that we can take from this is ways that we can improve this process and improve new member onboarding going forward, so that we don't have members in that position again, where they're not in compliance because of not being given the correct information or not being given access to information in a timely manner. And I don't want to make excuses for people, and I don't want to point blame. I think there's plenty of that to go around on all sides. But from this point forward, we just got to do better and get this training under control. And I think that we'll see what the future looks like as far as city council changes. As Dr. Cass brought up, there may be significant changes into how that works and how that's handled. But at this point, we've got to deal with what we know. And all we know right now is the ordinance that's on the books. So yes, Vice Chair Galloway.
And I do think that it's important, again, I said it last month, but we're in a whole new ball game, and I believe that is because of Chris Sylvan's dedication to improving this process. He has been a participant with the CPOAB board meetings since for almost the entirety of my time on the board, previously as a CPC liaison, and then coming into city council staff and kind of taking over the reins of not even just the onboarding, right? We went years without getting new board members or getting a full board, and Chris fixed that lickety split. And the conversations that he and I continue to have about how to make this process better, not only for everybody on the outside, right? And getting new board members in here that know what to expect and what we're doing, as well as for the board member who's coming in, so that they're not sinking from the very get-go. I think that the work that he is doing is to be commended, and I will probably go to my grave singing his praises for the work that he has done in fixing the problems that have been lingering for 4 years. 4 years this has been going on. So I just cannot say it enough. I think that we are making strides in the right direction. It is a very tense issue, but being a part of these conversations as much as I have been over the last 2 months, it is so discouraging to me to see us making the steps to improve and not have that recognized, or, you know, I don't know, just the constant looking back and not looking forward. And so I would encourage everybody to do that. Get on the train. Let's move this thing down the track.
Thank you, Vice Chair Galloway. I'd like to wrap up this item if there's nothing further here. I think that we all have a good idea of what needs to happen. I think everybody's on the same page, and for members that need to get into training and get in compliance, please reach out. Let's make this a team effort, and I think we're all happy to help wherever we can. And for those of us that have been on the board for a while, I think we've got to continue to work at this, and it takes a village kind of thing. We need to be working with new members to make sure that they're getting the support they need to get where they need to be. So, and to members that are getting things done, kudos to you, and let's just keep this going and turn the page on this. So that's all I have to say. And I want to thank Ms. Martinez for her commitment to the process and her statement. Clearly she's very involved in this process beyond what almost anyone else is. And I think we all appreciate, and I certainly notice that pretty much every one of these meetings, she's the last one here along with all of us. And that says something about the commitment to the process, and I for one appreciate that. So, with that being said, we'll close out this item J. Item K, this is the item that never goes away on our agenda, the CPOAB calendar and scheduling tool. But I think this time we actually have a meaningful update. Vice Chair Galloway.
This item is going away. Katrina has successfully looped me in with City IT. We were able to take a look at the settings that are associated with my XID to give permissions for myself and for Chair Olivas to be able to update events on our calendar. So now that we have that in place, it kind of goes back to that community outreach stuff that we were talking about earlier. And being able to know which board members are interested in attending a specific event. Chair Olivas and I will be able to keep an ongoing list of members planning to attend, let's say one of the amici meetings or a CPC meeting, so that we avoid quorums. Board members can look at any event that's on the calendar and see if anybody has signed up to attend. And so it's not just the same 3 or 4 people who are attending all of the meetings. We can spread the love and spread the, education to ourselves and to members of the community as to what our partners in this process are doing. And I think it's going to be a good thing. So I would encourage you all to take a look at what items are on the POB calendar. Katrina's saying, make sure that you all have that calendar added to your Outlook, and she is available to assist if you need it. And then if there's something in particular you are interested in attending, reach out to either Chair Olivas or myself, and we can add you guys as participants to that meeting in the comment section. And we'll see how this thing works. But I'm very excited we can remove this item from the agenda, and big thanks to Katrina for seeing this through.
Thank you, Vice Chair Galloway and Ms. Segala as well for your work on this. And I guess also kind of a request and a reminder to members to, if you see an event that you think should be added to that calendar, let myself or Vice Chair Galloway know. And if you're planning on attending an event or want to attend an event, also letting us know would be helpful. And that helps us avoid quorum issues and all those other things as Vice Chair Galloway discussed. So thank you all for your work on this, and we'll go ahead and close this item out. And the next item is also yours, Vice Chair Galloway, on the CPOAB community outreach for this coming year.
Oh, yes, Katrina, thanks to Valerie for keeping it updated. And that's actually probably the appropriate person to go to if there's an event that's not on the calendar that needs to be added to it. The CPOA office will continue to add events to our calendar. We will just update it with members who are going to participate. So as far as the outreach goes, I kind of already let the cat out of the bag in my outreach committee report. This is a plea for us to become more involved in our community and help share with the general public and other members in this process the work that we do. We don't want to be confused as to what our roles and responsibilities are, and it's kind of hard when the people who are staunchly opposed to oversight in the DOJ settlement agreement and oversight and all of that, I guess, in the same category. And so I think that we have a real opportunity to participate in defining the role of the CPOA and the CPOAB within the confines of the CASA and the ordinance, and really make sure that we don't get confused with other participants in this process that are often in the media. I don't really know how else to say that other than there are oftentimes cases that come up, and then there's a lot of conversation around those cases, and it's assumed that we are part of the deciding factor, and it's a case that we've never seen. Our agency has never processed, and so there just needs to be some clearer roles, I think, and I think we need to participate actively in defining those. So.
Thank you, Vice Chair Galloway. And I would add that in some of my NACOL training this year, one of the seminars I keep talking about, I keep going back to it because I found it really helpful, was on board member training and recruitment. And one of the models I thought was really great was again, I know we all don't like talking about adding work to our workloads here on the board, but one of the models required board members to do a certain number of outreach hours, and I believe actually required them to plan and attend one event, a community event. So I think that's really something important for us to look at and think about what our role here is as representatives of the community and how we do that outreach, how we make sure that we're in touch with the community, including the community, getting input from the community, but also letting the community know about what we're doing and or what we're not doing. As Vice Chair Galloway alluded, there's a lot of misinformation where because the word oversight is in our name, that tends to be given a negative connotation in certain perspectives and sold in a way that perhaps doesn't really represent what we do. So I think this is a really important item. It's something that I think that the main importance of this, though, is that this is something we spread equally. This is not a job for just the chair and the vice chair to do, or just for members of the outreach committee to do. This is something that we all have an individual responsibility to do, but doing it as a collective as well, making sure that we're coordinating these things and that we're aware of events or meetings that other folks are attending. And that I think the fact that the calendar and scheduling tool is close to this in the agenda is actually a meaningful thing, indicating that, you know, these are linked and they're important. And so I'm really hoping to see where this process goes, and I hope we can develop a more complete list of sort of outreach opportunities and events, and start plugging in some names and places and dates to make sure that those things happen. So I appreciate this item being on here. Appreciate your work on this. Anything else on this item?
Not really. I just think that if there are community events that you guys know of that you think would be good to participate in, shoot those over to outreach. We're going to be having this conversation next month, this month's meeting. And so welcome any of that. There are meetings that are ongoing all the time. The CPC meetings are a good one, where a lot of members of our respective communities are in. And I know that we've got a few of us that I think are West Siders, but the idea is that we're spread all over the city. So we should be able to pick an area command and be kind of the representative of the board and the agency to that area command, that kind of thing. So we'll be working with the CPC folks, with Martisa and Kelly, about what kind of events they're working on as well that we might be able to join in and that kind of stuff. So
thank you. Anything else on this? Board members have anything they want to add or events they're aware of? Obviously, you can offline that as well. We'll send those to Vice Chair Galloway for inclusion on that calendar, or Ms. Barela as well. Seeing nothing further here, we'll go ahead and close out this item for this month. Item M is the Executive Director's job posting. I think there was largely an update on that in our previous item on the process and timeline for that. However, I just want to state again, for anyone that may be listening or anyone that you may know that you want to forward this information to, the job posting for the Executive Director is on the city's website, and we're also advertising that job posting, job description with NACOL. And we are also advertising that with the New Mexico State Bar. So, and based on the process timeline that we've adopted now, I think it's prudent to invite applicants to consider applying prior to the December 10th deadline that the board is currently set. As we said, that could change depending on things, but I think that really best consideration is to be based on that timeline, December 10th. So if there's nothing further on this, I'll move on here. This was really just another opportunity to announce this and announce where this is at. Seeing nothing, we'll close out this item. Item N is CPOAB subcommittee assignments. As I had informed you all last time, there was an error with this, and we also didn't vote on the subcommittee assignments as prescribed by our policies and procedures. So let me pull this up here real quickly and I'll screen share it just so everybody's got this right now. You also had this in your board packet this evening, but these are the subcommittee assignments. I did not receive any correspondence from any board members requesting to be moved or removed from any committees. So these are the considerations. The members can also, I suppose we can offer amendments here as well. Personnel will be Armijo Pruitt, Crawford, Olivas, and Ralph. Policies and procedures, Armijo Pruitt, French, Johnson, and Cass. CRC, French, Johnson, Cass, and Nixon. And outreach, Crawford, Galloway, Nixon, and Ralph. So I'd make a motion to adopt the subcommittee assignments.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion, Member Crawford?
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't reach out to you earlier because I'm still kind of figuring out how the subcommittees function. But I would appreciate serving on the policy subcommittee. I don't know how practical it is to figure out getting me swapped right in this meeting. That's something we could discuss offline if that's easier. But I suppose if there's anyone on the policy committee looking to get off it, then that might be an easy solution.
If there's any hands up here on that, otherwise I can look at the list and potentially propose an amendment here real quick. Sorry, I closed this out, so give me just a moment.
I'd just like to second that motion.
Well,
Chair Levis, I didn't know we get to pick and choose what committees we get to be on. Is that something we can do?
The preference of members is always considered. I had this discussion a while back with Dr. Cass. The preference is always considered, but given that the policies and procedures delegate that task to the chair, it's ultimately the chair's decision to decide who goes where. But I think in general, if there's not a conflict, at least in my opinion, I'm happy to accommodate where people would like to go if they have a strong preference. So I don't know if you want some time to think about this and submit your own requests, we can defer this till next month and essentially proceed with status quo here, or I'm happy to kind of consider options.
No, I was just asking the question. I'm fine on the committees I'm on.
Okay. So based on what I'm seeing here, I would propose an amendment here to, or I would just go ahead and, I don't think I need an amendment. I would just go ahead and ask my second here for a friendly change to swap Member Johnson with Member Crawford. So Member Johnson would move to outreach and Member Crawford would move to policies and procedures.
I'm good with that. Is that the committee you were proposing to swap from was outreach, Jesse? And I'll try not to take that personally.
I would probably have a preference for swapping personnel actually for policy. If you see a way to make that work.
Let me just look at it. I'm sure it can work. Sorry, disorganized here. So I think we could take, so we need to move someone off of policies and procedures. So I think we could make that same switch, Member Johnson to personnel and Member Crawford to policies and procedures. So it's the same members, just a different committee.
That sounds good to me.
So
Member Johnson's not on personnel on this list that I have anyway.
No, so the change that I'm making would be swapping Member Crawford and Member Johnson between personnel and policies and procedures.
Oh.
Right. So if there's no objection to that, I'll go ahead and make that change and I'll submit that list to our staff and to everyone, just so you have it in case you need it. I'm not sure where we were at in the parliamentary process here. I believe I was in the process of making a motion, but I'm not sure where that went. So I make a motion to adopt the subcommittee assignments with the change of Member Crawford moving to policies and procedures and Member Johnson moving to personnel.
Second.
Any discussion? Now I remember we already did this. That's okay. Ms. Corella, would you please call the roll?
Member Crawford?
Yes.
Thank you. Member French? Member French?
I'm going to say yes, but I think that Member Johnson should have been able to have some input into that decision of swapping him. But I will say yes.
Thank you. Member Galloway? Member Galloway?
I'm sorry, I thought it was, yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Olivas?
Yes.
Member Ralph?
Because me and Member French are on the same link tonight, but I'm gonna be a little bit more braver and say no.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-1.
Thank you. I apologize for that. I realize there's no way to really make everyone, there seems to be a lot of interference here. Just a reminder for everybody to put yourselves on mute. Thank you. I apologize for that. There's really just no great way to do that. That's unfortunately just my job as chair. And since Member Johnson is not here, unfortunately, that's just kind of the way that goes. But again, I think I've stated this before, anyone that has a strong preference for where they want to be or don't want to be, please reach out to me. And if there's not a conflict, we can likely accommodate that. And so, you know, I would make the same extension to Member Johnson. If that's a change that he strongly objects to, we can revisit that next month and try to make an accommodation that makes everyone happy. So yes, Dr. Cass.
So this might be a good time to bring this up, and that is that I think one of the things that we need to implement is a stronger policy toward finding a replacement for yourself if you're going to miss a policy or a subcommittee meeting. In the past, that was kind of an unwritten suggestion, if nothing more. At least when I came on the board, it was that in order to maintain a quorum and the continuity of committee meetings, if you're going to miss a meeting and it very likely meant that a quorum wouldn't be present, then you find a replacement. And that means communicating with some other member of the board who can sit in for you. And I just think that's a way to keep the process going, and it recognizes the importance of the subcommittees. And I'd like to welcome Member Crawford to the policy committee. That's all.
And Dr. Cass, I would just sort of prod you on that a little bit. If that's a change you'd like to see something strengthened or something changed, I'd just encourage you to look at our policies and procedures and see where you think where or if you think that change could be made to make that language a little bit stronger and add some teeth to that. So it's an idea that I would consider supporting under the right circumstances. So curious to see what you can put together on that. So item O is the city attorney's training proposal. So earlier tonight, we had a brief presentation from Mr. Aguilar on the substance or the outline of what he was proposing to do for us or with us in this training. And I just had this item on here so that we could have a little more time to discuss that and determine if that was something that the board wanted to proceed with pursuing. It's not a required training, as he stated, but again, to summarize his thinking on it, it would be something that could be useful to the board to better understand and appreciate its role. So any comments or motions on this? Yes, Member Crawford, sorry. I just saw your hand pop up.
No problem. I think I at least would be interested in attending that. Like I'd appreciate the opportunity to get some more training there. My only concern is just, I think we should make sure that there's at least, a few board members who would attend before we tell city legal to spend their time on it, but I know I'd appreciate it.
And that was my concern as well. It's something I'd be willing to participate in if it's something that can be scheduled on a mutually agreeable time. So, but as you said, I think it's something we don't want to use city resources for if there's only two of us. I don't know if that's 3 or 4 of us that we need, or if we want the whole board, but I understand since it's an optional training, it doesn't necessarily have to have everyone forced to go, but I think it's something that could be useful. Yes, Dr. Cass.
Yeah, I support the idea wholeheartedly. I think that it's an opportunity for us to learn in a different setting than a board meeting what the mission of the board is, and I think that's something that we could we definitely need to. If we don't know it, at least we need to sort of internalize it. And I think that's the kind of thing that we can have, that can happen if we have a discussion in the kind of setting where we have somebody who understands what the processes are and can lead that kind of discussion. So I see it as a real learning opportunity and as a team building opportunity.
So I think we've got 3 members in. Member French sent a message in the chat here that no Tuesday or Thursday. So I take that as you would potentially make yourself available if it's a time you can accommodate. I think with that being said, to me, that seems to be enough members. Vice Chair Galloway, you seem to be kind of nodding.
Yeah, yes, but also Tina.
Oh, yes, Ms. Gooch.
Chair Olivas, board. I think that Mr. Aguilar's presentation was also directed to the agency, so it might be useful to get input from the director and whether or not it would be a joint type of training or if it would be separate. And I could be mistaken, but I was pretty sure I heard Attorney Aguilar mention that it was a joint proposal. So just to add to the group of folks that might be wanting to attend or interested in attending.
Yes, Ms. McDermott and then Vice Chair Galloway.
Yeah, at least on behalf of the agency, we're always interested and willing to learn more and have more training. So that's something we would definitely encourage. There will be a few things that might limit in terms of time, depending on when it was selected for, but we should be able to work with that and do that. And we always want to be on the same page as the board, so it's good to have the same information.
Any other members or anybody here in the audience wanting to comment on this item? Yes, Vice Chair Galloway.
I would ask, I not to send any kind of flag that I don't think this is important, because I absolutely do, but we might want to consider doing this training after the holidays are over with. We've got new board members that need to get required training done, and we certainly have more than our fair share of tasks as a board and agency as a whole in front of us. And so I think that I would ask that consideration be made if at all possible.
So I don't know that this is something that'll require a motion of the board. If somebody wants to, they can certainly do it, but I would just suggest this is something I'm happy to take on to take on this task. And I think that given the proposal we adopted today as well on the timeline and process for the executive director, early January is pretty busy for us as well. So I think that looking into mid to late January is probably going to be, sort of the next best ideal time to where schedules start to clear up. So if everybody's okay with that, I'm happy to kind of start initial discussions and see if we can get some dates thrown out there. And then we can always revisit this at the next meeting and see if everyone's okay with that. And so I guess if anybody has any strong preferences or dislikes of days, times, anything like that, I'd be happy to act as the messenger for that. Dr. Cass?
Yes, I would like to see it, pushed a little bit harder than that, in that there's an easy way to, we're talking about 2 months, or actually almost 3 months before we're, thinking of entertaining this. So I would hope that we could do it sooner than that. I mean, the end of January is virtually 3 months away.
I understand, but I would also refer you back to Attorney Aguilar's presentation. I believe he actually alluded to doing something after the holidays as well. So I think his schedule is probably looking into January.
And I agree that,
anyway.
he probably controls this. He does control this, but so I'm just interested in as soon as is reasonable.
Member Ralph, were you trying to say something?
Yeah, there may be a need to offer it twice a week, because you have 2 pastors on here, and as Chantel knows, we both said that we couldn't do Wednesdays. So there may be a need to offer it twice a month, the same training, or something on different days.
Well, we'll do the best we can to try and get one day that works for everyone. I think that'd be ideal. And then if we can't, but I think right now we've got no Wednesdays, Tuesdays, or Thursdays. I mean, that's good and bad. That gives us something to work with. At least we can work around that and not just shoot in the dark here. So I'll be in touch with everyone on this and keep the board updated. And we'll try to get it scheduled as soon as possible within the considerations of time that the city attorney has, and also, holidays and other things we have going on here at the board. So if there's nothing else on this item, happy to close it out and report on this again at the next meeting. Okay. Item P is non-concurrence letter to APD update. I think this was actually an item that was supposed to be for Eric Nixon, but obviously he's not here, and I was included on the correspondence for this today. So I'll just give a quick update here. We received some communication from APD on this today. They requested a couple more days to gather the findings on this to get these letters completed, and they indicated that they're working to try to improve the process so that we don't end up in a situation where we're receiving files back from them that are incomplete. So they requested a couple days. I think they said 4 days or something like that. So obviously we don't have those letters at this point in time, and I would suggest that we defer this item onto the December agenda to revisit when we have the full letters. If I don't see any objection, as chair, I'll just go ahead and place that on the next agenda to revisit. Item 12 is closed session meeting with council pending litigation of personnel issues. This item will not be needed tonight. I don't believe we have any new items to discuss on this. So without objection, we'll go ahead and move on to item 13, other business. So are there any members wishing to be recognized for other business? Vice Chair Galloway.
Hi, thank you, Chair Olivas. I wanted to go back a little bit to our case review. I know, but case 115-21, I think that we have another opportunity for policy recommendations, and I suspect that the request will be that I draft some language regarding, regarding the change or recommendation to what happens when officers are working on calls with kiddos. The complainant and the investigator had a conversation about officers being able to make decisions when out in the field when they feel strongly about a child being in danger and not simply relying on CYFD. I know that that has historically not been the purview of APD. I know that historically cases involving children have been referred to CYFD because they are the subject matter experts, I suppose. But we see time and time and time again these horrific acts of abuse that occur and reoccur and reoccur. And somewhere the system is broken. And I think that we have an opportunity to say, just because something has not historically been done by APD doesn't mean that we can't make a policy recommendation that they can use their own decisions and work with the Crimes Against Children's Unit to contribute to the conversation of what is in the best interest of the child. I don't want to say overrule CYFD, because I think that there's, again, it's this is just a world full of striking the right balance. But right now the system doesn't work. And we have an opportunity to have a voice in what that might look like going forward. And so I kind of wanted to take the temperature of the board before I go through this process of researching CYFD policies and APD policies that I just finished with the last set of policy recommendations, because it is very time consuming. Is this something that the board as a whole would be interested in exploring, or is this kind of me going back to, you know, one of my reasons for joining the board, and that is the process is broken for our children. So.
Yes, Dr. Cass, and then Member Crawford.
Yes, I think that the first step would be to contact Richard Evans, Commander Evans, about this, because I think he has a lot of information about the Crimes Against Children unit. But I think what you're doing is it isn't just historically this is the way we've operated, but there's an awful lot of state law involved here, and so there's a children's code. There's a which extensively covers this issue. And so I think you need to be aware of what that is before you wade into this, because I think it's I think this is out of our league.
I apologize if I come across as doing this one-off. There are other individuals in the community who are also subject matter experts that I tend to run these things by, former CYFD employees, people who are reporters to CYFD, mandatory reporters for CYFD and whatnot. I did speak with CACU with the last go round and got some input from them as well. And so I saw your note about contacting Commander Evans, and I certainly will. But I do want you to know, and the board to know, that this is, when I say this was a process last go round, it was, and that's why I want to see if there's a feel for this from the board as a whole or not. So,
Member Crawford.
Yeah, I went through, I think, probably a similar thought process in a lot of ways as I was reading into that case. It definitely seems like there's a problem. I have a harder time putting my thumb on how to address that problem that I'm happy with. So, I think I support looking into it. I'd be curious to see what you can come up with. The only thing that I really felt strongly might be a good direction is it kind of felt like in that case, and I think in some other cases, sometimes APD sees something really suspect. They ask CYFD what's up. CYFD says, well, we think it's fine. And I don't always know that CYFD necessarily gets the information that APD had. So it occurred to me that maybe there's some sort of policy recommendation that could be made. I'm not sure exactly how to massage it, that when APD officers have reason to believe a child is in danger, CYFD gets that report in more detail or something like that.
Member French.
I also read through that and it was very disturbing, but Member Galloway, I think you're right. And I want, more so is, as Dr. Cass says, there's the Children's Code, there's a lot of state law that goes into this. And when CYFD arrives and then crimes against children arrives, who is the ultimate authority about that child? Who makes the ultimate decision? And I think that's what needs to be explored. Who can make this? If CYFD says, yes, this child can go with its mother, and APD says, well, we think that's unsafe, who makes that final decision? And I think the Children's Code, I think the law gives it to CYFD. I'm not sure. So those are some things that before we start looking at policy and procedure, we need to look at how much authority or how much even writing an SOP change, how much impact will that have on the current way that these type of juvenile cases are handled? So I agree, but I think it's a heavy lift and it's going to take a lot of research and a lot of, comparing state law to SOP and which supersedes.
Dr. Cass?
Yes, member Galloway, you may have found your champion in member Crawford on the policy subcommittee. So maybe that's the answer here. So if the two of you want to get together and exchange ideas, then member Crawford can come to the policy committee with them and we will discuss it.
I think in member Armijo Pruitt, the only thing that concerns me, and Tina, maybe you can help with this, I'm constantly worried from PTSD in early days on the board about rolling quorums. And if I participate with providing a policy recommendation and just filter it through policy and procedure committee, that still gives 5 of us the same working information. And I remember that being very traumatic in my early days and having, hands slapped quite a bit across board members. So can you ease my mind or confirm my fears, one or the other?
Chair Levis, Vice Chair Galloway, it would not be good to create a rolling quorum by utilizing another member as a spokesperson for your stead. But if you provided written comments or opinions to a member, and then the member went to the subcommittee and did things without your then hearing about it, absent an open meeting like this, then you should be okay. It's where you are communicating through another board member to what creates a quorum where the problem starts. But simply providing information and then seeing how it comes back in an open meeting, not a problem for that.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to pipe in here for a minute that I do think this is a really important issue. Obviously, I raised it earlier in a less eloquent fashion, but this is something that has been brought before the board multiple times. And I think based on the way this complainant actually worded his letter, it's clear that the public, at least in the case of this complainant and probably others, is aware of the multiple failings of this system. And maybe we don't want to point the blame at APD, maybe it's somebody else. But the public's clearly aware of the multiple failings of the system to protect children. And it's also aware that the board has several times, on several occasions, made the commitment to look into this issue, address this issue, and maybe has not done so certainly to the extent that this complainant was hoping, but I would argue not to the extent that the children in this community and the community at large deserve. So I think this is a very important issue, and I hope that this is something the policy committee can really deal with more fully. I know that's a busy committee and there's a lot going on through there, but I don't know if this isn't an important policy to learn and understand about. I don't really know what is. So I think there's not many that are more important than this, and understanding what APD did do here that could be improved is really important. And in all of these cases, this isn't the only one. We've had several of these just in my time on the board, and I know there's others that came before me. So, Member French, I think you were wanting to say something.
I just wanted to ask Member Galloway, didn't you say you and Member Pruitt were working on this?
Well, I'm probably gonna get my hand slapped. So it was kicked back to me when I asked the Policy and Procedure Subcommittee, and the board kind of informally supported that decision to look into the policy recommendations or possible policy recommendations regarding a case that we saw over the summer, I think July, and then again, I think maybe it came before us in August or September. It got kicked back to me to develop those policy recommendations and then push those through to the committee. And okay, fine. I mean, it's my ask, so my responsibility, that's fine. But I don't know how appropriate that is. In my mind, that's why we have a committee, that the board develops a sense of a direction that it would like to go and kicks that to the appropriate committee. There's lots of times things get kicked over to outreach committee, and I don't think that I've ever asked anybody to do that work on behalf of the committee who wasn't a committee member. So, you know, I don't know what to say about that. It is what it is. I'm happy to do the work. It is a very, very important topic to me individually. I think that this board has expressed repeatedly that it's an important topic to the board in the various iterations that I've witnessed it go through. And so I don't know. I don't know if that answers your question, but.
No, I was just wondering, does Member Pruitt still want to work on this? That's my question, not,
I'm assuming because she and I were the ones that were kind of talking about it to begin with before I made the ask. She would have made the ask too, but she wasn't at the meeting where the ask was made. And she took those policy recommendations that, I developed and took those in. So I'm going to assume she is, but I'm sure that if she's not, she can tell me.
Okay, I just didn't want her to be removed from this issue too. Okay, so that's all I was saying.
I mean, either way, if she wants to participate, fine. If she doesn't, fine. I think Member Crawford has expressed an interest, and I'm happy to talk to him offline about that as well. So it could be a couple of us, if that's an okay way to do it. It may just be that the committee needs to take this up, that we are informally saying this is an area that we would like to see the committee do and discuss and develop possible policy recommendations, vet policy recommendations and whatnot for. I don't know that this is something that I should be a part of, number one, although I'm happy to be.
That was my only question, and I'm sure that the board is glad that you've taken it on and Member Pruitt has taken it on. So I know she was very interested in that and had a lot of discussion. So no, I am happy that you're willing to take it on.
Well, I want to add on a procedural note here, though. I think this exposes a real flaw in that idea of asking members to carry their own motions essentially in committees that they don't sit on. That's not a practice that we can really validate here. It's clear from our board attorney that places us in very precarious situations regarding open quorum issues. And if committee chairs or committee members are causing those situations to be created because they don't want to take up a particular issue, or they feel the issue is not important, or they feel the issue doesn't have time, that they don't have time for those issues in that committee, I think that's a discussion to be had. But creating rolling quorum issues is not the answer to that. So I think we need to be much more cognizant of that. And it's not to say that Member Galloway should be cut out of this. I don't think that's what she wants, but I think there's a place for board members to participate in that at the board level when recommendations are submitted or recommended to the board for approval. And so that's when members can play a role if they don't sit on that committee. That's how this works.
Perhaps, and Tina, I kind of was trying to read between the lines. We can do the homework, but not actually develop the recommendations. can perhaps do the legwork of research and whatnot, and then send it off to committee members to decide how the actual product is going to tie up in a nice big red bow.
Chair Levis, Vice Chair Galloway, yes, but you can't be involved in the discussion about any of that product. I mean, it goes out into the world and you no longer are being able to give input unless it's at a meeting of the full board at a monthly properly noticed meeting.
And do we run into the same issues, just because now that's a topic, and I'm sorry, Chair Olivas and everybody else, do we run into issues when we are sitting in, substituting in a subcommittee meeting and business carries from one meeting to another?
Chair Levis, Vice Chair Galloway, because the subcommittee is not actually taking action, it's making recommendations. So what you're saying is you sit in for, let's say, Chair Olivas at a meeting and you tell him these 4 items are continuing for when you get back to your next subcommittee meeting. Is that what you're talking about? No, because you're done. You're not telling him what to do. You're not influencing or making a decision. You're instead just saying, here's what happened. And that information also is what goes out in the minutes that's provided to the public. It's if you and him are discussing how he's going to then deal with things back and forth where you start running into the rolling quorum.
Thank you.
Anything further on this item, Vice Chair Galloway, or other board members with other business? All right. Unfortunately, I have a few items here that I need to address on my other business list. It's grown a little bit through the meeting. I do need to go back actually all the way to the beginning of the meeting here and talk just for a second about members absent this evening. Members Nixon, Armijo Pruitt, and Member Johnson are all absent and unexcused from this meeting. This isn't a practice that we've followed well in documenting these, but no communication was received on these, and this is something that we need to be documenting if people are absent and unexcused. Second item of other business, I wanted to let the board know that I made a request of APD to submit, to make available. This was on my own behalf, but really this applies to the whole board, the various trainings that have not been offered but are required under the current ordinance. So I sent an email to, I believe it was Chief Medina, that was forwarded to Superintendent Stanley to make those various trainings available. I believe IA training, curriculum on APD training, and the FAST simulator, I think, are the main ones that most board members are missing due to them not being offered. So I've asked for those to be made available, and I was advised that given current site visit conditions and training academy classes ongoing right now, it may take some time for those trainings to be made available, but that they are now aware and they're working on that request. So certainly provide further guidance to the board when I know more about that, and then we can proceed on that. One item for calendars, if there's anyone available, there is a request of the board to have a representative sit on a virtual panel this Saturday, the 6th of November from 2:30 to 3:30. This is for the local NAACP chapter. They're having a panel on policing and public safety. So if any board members are available and would like to attend, again, it's a virtual meeting, and anyone that's available, just please contact me offline and we can get you in there. Comments were submitted by our IMR liaison and our board attorney on the IMR draft. That's really all I can say on that, just that they were submitted. The IM site visit, as we've heard several times this evening, is occurring in the next couple of weeks. And I believe that we currently have a time set for the board to meet with the IM team on the 15th of November at 3 p.m. at Plaza del Sol building. There will be more information on that forthcoming, but please make sure you keep that on your calendars, and anyone that's available to attend, please do so. Just to throw this out there as well, In looking at our policies and procedures, board members are required to complete Robert's Rules of Order training. We do have that in there as annually. I think an argument can be made for the fact that may not be needed annually, but given that we now have, I believe, 4 or 5 board members that have never completed that training because they're new to the board and it hasn't been offered, it is something that I'm going to go ahead and start working on. It may not be something that's, that we schedule soon, but I think that it'd be good to at least get an idea of what kind of availability that training has, and then, we can bring that to the board and see if we can make that happen. But I wanted to throw that out there. And the last item is an item from the personnel agenda that I omitted unintentionally, but there was a proposal made regards to an exit interview for Director Harness. And since it wasn't properly noticed at this meeting, I won't really go into it any further, but I will place that on the next meeting agenda for further discussion and possible actions, just to note that that is a possibility. So that's what I've got. If there's any questions or other business. Yes, Member French.
The Attorney General is putting on a Robert's Rules of Order and an open meetings training in December. Is that, I've signed up for that. Is that acceptable?
I believe so. I didn't know that it was Robert's Rules of Order as well. I thought I saw that invite, but it might be a different thing. But if you could share that with me, I'd appreciate it, just for my own interest. But I believe that would be acceptable.
I'll send you the email.
Thanks. Anything else, board members, other business? Seeing none. And I do want to go back here real quickly to one comment. Ms. Martinez has indicated that the Training Academy is working on a legal update training that might be appropriate as well. So that's in the works too, potentially. So more training, lots of training, but that's a good thing. I think that concludes other business items. Our next regularly scheduled meeting will be held on December 9th at 5 p.m. Just a quick note on that meeting. I know I had been advertising to everyone that we wouldn't have a December meeting. Unfortunately, with the executive director timeline, it's something that we're going to need to have. But my commitment to board members is that we will keep the agenda as limited as possible. So I will generally limit discussion items to items that need to be addressed urgently only. Excuse me. With that, if there's I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I'll second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Pereira, would you please call the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
Member Rell.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 6-0.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.